Are these sealed when they come into, or how do they get sealed like that?
Yeah, so the units or detectives will collect what they believe to be pertinent at the crime scene or what have you. We have a standard that we use. They are packaged in either something like that or depending on the size or what have you, we have a variety of packaging. Once they are packaged, they are sealed with red evidence tape, which you see on that, and then the unit that collects it will put some type of initial over the tape to show any tampering. So sometimes they use initials, sometimes they use unit numbers.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So if you would maybe just hold that up and show the jury what you're talking about there.
Yeah, so this is tamper tape. It goes on real easy. However, if it starts to be manipulated, it just kind of rips. So by the unit signing either the unit number or initials over the tape and packaging, if this is removed, you'll be able to see the discrepancies in the markings of where the Sharpie is. And then besides the packaging, we do what's called a KSP-41, which is an evidence custodian form that just shows the chain of custody with the evidence.
Okay. And typically when pieces of evidence are brought in, will the detective that's involved, will that individual usually photograph the evidence as well?
Yes, so prior to packaging it up, a lot of times it's initially collected into these bags, and then at a better controlled environment, they'll bring it back to post and usually lay it out, photograph it on a table, and then that's when it's sealed up and then taped up, and then the KSP-41's, the evidence custody form, is then filled out and it's placed into a locker.
Okay. So if you look at that particular piece of evidence there, who most recently dealt with that piece of evidence?
Like I said yesterday, I checked it out from the property room. It is the most recent. Prior to that, it was checked out from the lab by the prior admin sergeant, John Hawkins. So I mean, yeah. So it looks like it was initially collected. Looks like it was initially collected around April the 15th of 2020 by Unit 523, which would be Detective Howard at the time.
Okay. And now Sergeant Howard?
Yes.
Okay. So that particular piece of evidence went to the lab for testing? Is that
Yes,
correct?
it went to the lab, it looks like on July the 7th, 2020 at 14:15 hours, which will be 2:15 p.m. By Unit 204, and it was delivered to the lab.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit what is, I believe, will be Commonwealth Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, I'm going to move on to another piece of evidence here. If you would, take a look at this. And if you would, describe for the jury what that is to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, sir. This is, for our purposes, item number 12. It appears to be H&K 9mm handgun. Looks like it was initially collected April the 15th, 2020. You had to department by Unit 356.
Okay. Was that piece of evidence sent off for testing or not?
Yes, this was sent to the lab by Unit 204 on July the 7th, 2020. Again, checked in 14:15 hours, 2:15 p.m. And then returned from the lab on October the 8th, 2021.
Okay. Is anything else been done with that piece of evidence since it's been in the possession of the Kentucky State Police?
No, once we received it back from the lab, like I said, October the 8th, it was returned from the lab to us. It's been sitting in the property room, checked in a location until yesterday when I checked it out for court purposes today.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Commonwealth Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And if I may approach one more time, Your Honor.
Yes.
If you would, please take a look at this and let me know what is contained in that box.
This is a Anderson AM pistol. I'm not exactly sure of the caliber based off this. It was collected on April the 15th, 2020 by Unit 356.
Okay. Was that piece of evidence sent off for testing?
Yes, it was sent on July the 7th, 2020, 14:15 hours, 2:15 p.m. by Unit 204 and sent to the lab.
Okay. At this time, I would move, or has anybody, after it was sent for testing, has anybody dealt with that piece of evidence since it was checked back in?
No, sir, it was returned to Post 12, and then it's been sent in the proper room until yesterday when I checked it out for report purposes today.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit Commonwealth Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I may have 1 second.
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
All right. Any questions, Mr. McLeod, for Sergeant Barnett?
Just a minute. Can I approach Judge
You may.
Evans? Officer, what if this sheet's lost?
We have duplication. Anytime a piece of evidence is brought in, we have a triplicate form of that. We call it the white copy, yellow copy, and pink copy. The white copy always sticks with the actual piece of evidence. The yellow and pink copy gets turned into the clerk's office at post, which is then added to the case file.
Okay, now what about for the updated versions, like when you sign it, do the copies go out and disseminate to the clerk again and then whoever else keeps them?
No, a lot of times just the yellow and pinks are in the case to show the initial submission of them, but the chain of custody is always updated on the white copies, but the yellow and pink copies are always updated because they sit in the case file that actually sits with the actual piece of evidence.
Okay, so if this was lost,
Mhm.
then it just looked like it had never been sent anywhere other than just.
No, we also, so a couple of years ago, we've changed our inventory system. We now keep digital copies. So when the units prepare their copy, print it out, and slip it with the evidence in Kentucky Ops program that I check everything in, there's actually a digital copy, and every time evidence is checked in and out, it's updated in that digital copy. It can always be reprinted if the original KSB 41 was lost.
So there's an updated copy somewhere on a computer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
and that has all the updates and everything?
Yes, sir. That's in the Kentucky Ops property room system.
Okay, great. No more questions, Judge.
All right, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Barnett. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commonwealth, call your next witness.
Judge, where would you like those pieces of evidence in the meantime?
We can set them up here.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Corey Williams.
All right. Sergeant Williams, if you will turn and face me before you have a seat. That's fine, right where you are. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning. Do you mind to tell the jury your name, please?
Sergeant Corey Williams,
And by whom are you employed?
the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
And were you so employed on April the 15th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
Well, first, how long have you been employed by the Shelby County Sheriff's Department?
9 years.
9 years. So obviously you were employed there on April the 15th of 2020. What were your duties on the early morning hours of that day?
Just standard patrol.
Okay. And did you receive a call from dispatch to do anything that morning, specifically with respect to the Augustine
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, please.
Dispatch had put out over the radio that they had received multiple 911 calls from a male subject. That male subject identified himself as David Augustine and had made statements that he had shot his father. At that time, they began asking him more questions, and I was trying to obtain more information about what they had going on. They advised that he told them he was in his father's vehicle, which was a silver gray Toyota passenger car, and they were able to locate the registration plate for that vehicle, as well as Mr. Augustine's information, his driver's license and such. They stated that he had mentioned that he was somewhere around the Boone Station area, so we had multiple units that responded to that area to attempt to locate the vehicle. I as well went to that area, but before I arrived, they had negative contact with it. Due to his statements about shooting his father and dispatch finding the residence that they believed they lived at, I then responded to the address of 729 Hempridge Road.
Okay. So upon your arrival, what happened next?
Upon my arrival, I immediately recognized the residence was a brick, single-story ranch layout. Myself and another deputy went to the front door to attempt to make contact. Had negative contact at the front door by knocking on it and didn't see anything through the windows. We went around to the back of the residence where there was a glass door that was shattered but still in place, and we seen appeared to be to us a bullet hole through that glass door. At that point, we decided, given the call up to that and what we seen on scene, that we were going to force entry into the residence.
Okay. So when you decided to force entry into the residence, where did you do that?
We went through the front door,
Okay.
back around the front of the house. We went in through the front door,
And how did you gain entry?
there was two side windows next to that front door, and we broke out one of those side windows and were able to reach around and unlock the door. We were not able to breach just the door itself.
Okay. So you go into the residence.
Yes, we walk
and-
in
Go ahead.
and we come into like a foyer, the entryway to the home. There was a couple rooms to the right that we cleared. We came back to that foyer and it led into an open living kitchen area. We cleared that and then went through another door that led us into a mudroom style hallway where we immediately recognized that there was a male on the ground. There was a large pool of blood around him. He was not, appeared to us to be breathing or moving at all. We continued past him and finished clearing the rest of the rooms. And then,
And why do you do that?
just to make sure that there's no other threat inside of that home before we can attend to who we need to attend to.
Okay. And I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
So once we had it completely cleared, we had already had EMS staged in the area, and I advised them that the scene was safe and that they could come up and render aid at that point.
Okay. Did you make any contact with what appeared to be the deceased man?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So once EMS arrived, what happened then?
EMS began rendering aid. We began, just kind of looking around, seeing if there's anything that stuck out to us, and securing that scene to make sure that there wasn't a whole lot of unnecessary traffic and such coming into that residence,
And why do you do that?
just to preserve the evidence that's there.
Okay. And at some point, did you or someone else call for the coroner?
I believe EMS called for the coroner.
Okay. And then did you continue your investigation or did you request the assistance of another agency?
I requested the assistance of the Kentucky State Police.
Okay. And did you wait for their arrival?
Yes, I did on scene.
Okay. So how long do you think it took for them to arrive on scene?
I believe they arrived on scene somewhere around 6:50, that area.
Okay. So once you turned the scene over to Kentucky State Police, what did you do then?
I then left the residence. I went back onto Hip Ridge Road, took a left on Hip Ridge back towards Frankfort Road. Once I got to the intersection of Frankfort, I took a left coming back towards town. When I was coming back towards town, somewhere around the Masonic home, and there used to be a tractor dealership there, I observed a tan or gray Toyota coming at me. They were going the opposite way, out Frankfurt Road, and immediately recognized this, matched the description of the suspect vehicle. I also observed the driver, identified as Mr. Augustine, from the pictures that we had identified earlier from his driver's license. So I immediately made a U-turn and initiated a traffic stop on that vehicle right there in front of that tractor dealership.
Okay, so did that vehicle stop?
Yes, it did. Initially, it stopped. Myself and another deputy, we conducted what we call a felony stop, where we kind of stagger our vehicles and we get out of them, but we stay behind them for cover and give the driver or whoever is in front of us commands to come back to us. As soon as we attempted to do that process, Mr. Augustine fled in the vehicle.
Okay, so did he get out of the vehicle?
I do not remember if he ever made it out of the
Okay.
vehicle.
But you do know that once you initiated the traffic stop and both of your vehicles stopped, that he then fled?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So tell the jury what happened at that point.
So then I immediately got on the radio and advised them that we were in pursuit of the suspect, that he had fled. We went outbound Frankfurt Road, approximately 75 miles an hour or so. We passed Rocket Lane and continued out until we came upon the neighborhood of Rolling Hills and Forbes Drive. He made an abrupt left there into the neighborhood, went through the ditch line, and then came back up onto the roadway. We went all the way through that neighborhood until we came to the intersection of Benson Pike. He took a left on Benson Pike, headed back towards town. I was then advised that Captain Tipton was at the intersection of Benson Pike and Summersfield neighborhood,
Well, and who is Captain Tipton?
captain of the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Yeah, patrol captain. He was there with a tire deflation device. Once we had passed the last road, which is Rocket Lane, which was the last turnoff besides the residential driveway, I advised Captain Tipton that we were still headed towards his location, and I backed away from the vehicle. He's deployed the tire deflation device, which was successful, I believe, at least to one tire. And then once he removed that from the roadway, Mr. Augustine continued down Benson Pike until we came up to the intersection of Boone Station. Once we reached Boone Station, he took a right, head north. We continued on Boone Station until Old Eminence Pike, which he took a left heading towards 7th Street, that jail four-way intersection there. Once we got to that intersection, he took another left, going southbound towards Washington and Main Street. He continued down 7th Street, crossed over Washington, crossed over to Main Street, and took a left, where he headed towards Governor Square. Once we got up to Governor Square and McDonald's there, he took an abrupt right into Governor Square and then immediately a left into McDonald's parking lot. As soon as he pulled in the parking lot, he took another left and came right back out the exit that's right there on the same road. Due to there being several civilian vehicles as well as multiple law enforcement vehicles, there became a lot of traffic in that area. Mr. Augustine then jumped out of his vehicle and fled on foot.
And what was his vehicle doing? Did it stop?
His vehicle continued and I believe struck another vehicle.
Okay.
I was able to get around all of the traffic and was trying to cut him off from running in my vehicle. And by the time I got around all the vehicles and out of my cruiser, he was being apprehended by other law enforcement agencies.
Okay. So you just described quite a path that you traveled following him. Did you have your lights and sirens going the entire time?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever turn them off once you made the initial traffic stop?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have your uniform on?
Yes, I did.
And did you, when you made contact with him, make some kind of announcement that you were a deputy or anything like that?
I don't believe I ever had the opportunity.
Okay, all right. But your vehicle, was it marked?
Yes, marked cruiser.
And you had lights and sirens?
Correct.
Okay, so when he was traveling down Main Street, do you know approximately how fast you were traveling?
I do not remember.
You do not remember, okay. But the speeds were about 75 throughout this encounter, or did it slow down, speed up?
It fluctuated.
Fluctuated.
Especially, I think, the only speed that I specifically remember was Frankfurt Road there at the very initial After that, like I said, it kind of fluctuated with a lot of turns and
You had a
such.
lot going on.
Mhm.
Mhm. Okay, and all of this took place in Shelby County?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I believe that's all the questions that I have. Mr. McLeod may have some.
All right, Mr. McLeod, any questions?
Just a few, Judge. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Augustine when you finally got him?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Did you witness his state, like, did you get him out of the vehicle, or did you, were you around when he was apprehended?
I do not, there's a lot of us around, but I don't remember how close or far away I really was.
Okay, I was just gonna ask you, how did he appear to you?
By the time that I got to him, he already had so many law enforcement officers around him and trying to secure him that I don't remember anything outlandish.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, no.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Williams. You may be excused. All right, Commonwealth, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Dawn McCormick.
Good morning. If you will approach the witness stand before you sit down, turn and face me, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, thank you. You may have a seat.
Very good.
Good.
Okay. Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
I'm Trooper Don McCormick,
And Trooper McCormick, by whom are you employed?
the Kentucky State Police.
Okay. And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 9.5 years.
Nine and a half years. Were you so employed then by the Kentucky State Police on April the 15th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. An interesting situation here, though.
Yes.
On that date, where did you live?
My former residence was 638 Hempridge, which was just down the street, across the street, about 100 yards from the Augustine residence.
Okay. So, you have two reasons to be here.
Yes.
Okay. So, did you know Brett Augustine?
I had met Mr. Augustine. He was actually the first neighbor to introduce himself whenever we moved in. I believe it was 2 years prior, a year prior.
Okay. Your Honor,
I
may
really only met him that one time, but I'd seen him in trip passing a couple of times, yeah.
Okay. May I approach the
You
witness?
may.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that is Brett Augustine.
That is Brett Augustine?
Yes.
Okay, and that is the neighbor that you knew to live at 729 Hempridge?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I will offer this as Commonwealth Exhibit
Grade 6.
6.
All right, are you moving to introduce that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
So entered.
Okay, so let's talk about the early morning hours of April 15th, 2020. Were you working?
No, ma'am. I was, on the early morning hours of April 15th, I was at home asleep. I actually had newborn twins that were in a bassinet directly beside me, so I was sleeping fairly lightly that night.
Okay, so did something wake you up besides
Yes.
your twins?
Yeah. So I did awake to what I assumed was a gunshot, sounded like a gunshot. As I was waking up, I heard what I thought was 5 to 7 more shots within rapid succession of each other. I remember looking over at my clock and it was 2:33 in the morning, which I thought, that's just in time stuck out to me. I had lived there for close to 2 years, so the Augustines shooting firearms was not out of the ordinary. It was a fairly common occurrence. I'm a firearms guy myself, so it never bothered me. I did think the time was a little unusual because normally it wasn't that late at night. But the fact that they were shooting firearms, especially in rapid succession like that, it wasn't unusual at all. But since the time was unusual, I did nudge my wife just to tell her I was getting out of bed. I walked out to the front porch where I could see most of the Augustine residents. There was some lights on, but I didn't hear anything, didn't see any movement outside, and nothing appeared out of the ordinary. It looked just like maybe they had gone on the back porch and shot down into the creek bed because I believe they had a makeshift range that they would shoot into. So nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so I went back inside. As I was starting to go back to sleep, I did hear what I thought were 2 more shots. I know one of them seemed a lot louder than the other shots. I thought maybe he had gone in to, get a new gun or shoot something different. So once again, it was nothing out of the usual. We live in the county. He likes to shoot. I don't have a problem with that as long as he's not waking my kids up. So I went on back to sleep.
Okay. So, you went on back to sleep, and when did you wake up?
So I woke to a phone call at around 6 a.m. that morning. It was Detective Hunter that I work with, and he was informing me that there was a possible murder. There was a body found at the Augustine residence across from my house, at which time I automatically assumed, the gunshots I heard was probably involved. So when I got off the phone with him, I called post and talked to the working supervisor. Since it was my day off, I had to get permission to assist in the investigation and to come out. He did grant me permission, mainly on the fact of I lived in the area, so I could help with the neighborhood canvass, which is just speaking with all the neighbors in the area to see if they heard anything as well. Shortly after, I guess around 6:30, I was dressed and went across to the Augustine residence to try and assist in any way I could with the investigation.
Okay, so while you were there, did you also see your neighbor, Brett Augustine?
Yeah, so I wasn't there for a long time, but yes, the detectives on scene did kind of give me a quick rundown. I did see the crime scene itself and was informed that his son, David Augustine, at the time was the primary suspect that they wanted to speak with. But like I said, by the time I got dressed and got there, I wasn't there very long before I was quickly called away.
Okay, and so tell the jury about that.
So I believe it was around 7 o'clock that morning, 7:01. We knew that Brett Augustine had a gray Honda car that was missing. We had good information that David Augustine was driving it. I know a detective from Shelby County had spoken with him, and they had gotten enough information where they believed he was a suspect. And at 7:01, we got notified that Deputy Williams had actually observed David Augustine in that car on US 60, tried to initiate a traffic stop, and a pursuit ensued, which in turn, when I was notified, I was one of the only marked KSP cars that was, a pursuit vehicle, so I left the residence to go assist with the pursuit as quickly as I could.
Okay, so when you heard that call out, was the location fairly close to where you were?
Yes, so we lived on the far end or the north end of Hempridge Road, which is within a mile of US 60. I believe the pursuit started on US 60, heading eastbound, kind of towards Hempridge, which was heading in our direction, so we wanted to get out there as quick as we could. But the pursuit turned off into the Forbes Drive neighborhood, which is right before Shelby Christian Church, and went through the neighborhood over to Benson Pike, and then back towards town again.
When did you get into the pursuit of the defendant?
So since I was, Shelby County was one of my counties that I work. I was one of the only ones at the time that was working that had a county radio to monitor the Shelby County Sheriff's Office traffic. So when I got on US 60 and was hearing the traffic of where they were turning, I was trying to relay to other troopers in the area so we could head it off. I do know the pursuit went down Benson Pike, where it was a tire deflation device like a spike strip was used by another deputy, and his right rear tire was deflated. So as I was trying to parallel the pursuit down US 60, they actually turned by on the Boone Station by Kroger, and then turned onto Eminence Pike going towards 7th Street and the jail area. So I continued down Washington Street as the pursuit turned onto 7th Street and started coming towards me. Even though he did have a flat tire, it was a front wheel drive vehicle, so it didn't slow him down very much. So the time I joined in is when I observed him crossing Washington Street on 7th Street and then go over to Main Street and turn on Main Street heading back eastbound. And that's when I joined in the pursuit and got, I believe, second in line at that point.
Okay, so once you joined the pursuit, do you have any idea how fast he was traveling?
Yes, so when I was going to the pursuit, I was actually informed by the supervisor in charge that they wanted me to get to the lead and terminate the pursuit as quick as possible, do a pit maneuver, however, to get the pursuit stopped. So I had my same direction radar and was relaying to post and to the supervisor of speed, traffic conditions, all that stuff. I believe from my investigation that I had, my supplement was like 70, 75 miles per hour was the top speed reached on Main Street,
Okay.
which we weren't on Main Street for a very long time, so.
Okay, so, were there other vehicles, that he passed? Were there other vehicles on the road?
Yes, it was early in the morning, so it wasn't heavy traffic, but there was other vehicles out, yes.
Okay. Now, did you become the lead officer then, or the lead trooper on this traffic sort of situation?
So I was trying to get in the lead vehicle of pursuit, but it ended shortly after I got there, as I was trying to get to the front. Actually, as we're coming down Main Street, the vehicle turned into Governor Square, and then immediately into McDonald's and immediately back out, which by the time it actually stopped, I was in the lead, but it was right at the end. So.
Well, and what I mean is, did you carry the case?
Oh, yes.
About the
Yes.
traffic
Yes, I did.
offenses?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review some dash cam videos of Shelbyville Police Department?
Yes, Shelbyville Police were the only ones that had like dash cameras at the time, so I did see those. Yes.
Okay, and did you gather those or review those for evidentiary purposes?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And is this the video that we watched and reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would offer this as Commonwealth Exhibit 6, I'm sorry.
No objection.
I'm sorry, it's 7.
Oh, 7.
No objection, so entered.
Your Honor, I would like to play this exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No.
All right, go ahead. I can't, I was making sure that everything was set up over there.
That's happening right now, the state accident, body shirts, and he does have a left rear tire.
Trooper, that specific spot that everyone is gathering around,
Yes.
what took place right there?
So, as Mr. Augustine turned into the McDonald's parking lot and immediately right back out, this red vehicle, you can see the taillight, was trying to pull out onto Main Street as well. As he was coming back out and saw the Shelbyville police cruiser, he actually jumped out while the vehicle was still rolling. His vehicle struck the Shelbyville vehicle, and then he was pulling on the door handle and hitting the window of that red car, which was just some woman that was going to work. Appeared to be trying to get into her vehicle. And that was at the corner of Governor Square and Main Street.
And did you identify the defendant at that time?
Yes, once we were able to get him detained, he was identified, and Trooper Hall actually put him in his vehicle.
Well, maybe I should rephrase the question. I'm sorry. When this individual was pulling on the door to get into the red vehicle, as you say,
Yes.
did you know who that was at that time?
Yes.
And
He
who,
fit the
and
physical.
who was that?
It was David Augustine.
And is he present here in the courtroom?
Yes, he's sitting right there.
Okay. And so then what happened in the video that we saw?
I came in from the right side. I was directly behind his vehicle. And as Mr. Augustine was trying to get in, in a felony stop like that, we're trained to, we arrest from the ground. We don't like to arrest standing up. So we were giving commands to get on the ground.
What do you mean by that?
So when we do a felony stop, a high-risk stop, we always try and give commands to get on the ground. That way it's easier to control the situation. If somebody's standing up, they can move their hands and gain weapons easier. So we're always trying to tell them to get on the ground so that we can arrest them from a prone position.
And did he do that?
Not on his own.
Not on his own. Okay. Go ahead.
So
But did you give him a command to do so?
yes, everybody was giving commands to get on the ground, yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So once we were able to get him to the ground and get him detained and arrested, that's when there was several deputies and myself, and Trooper Milam, and then Trooper Hall actually transported him from there.
Okay. So, what other kind of commands were you giving?
We're giving commands to get on the ground. When we got him to the ground, he actually fell, obviously hands first, which most people do. But once he got on the ground, he was not giving us his hands immediately. We were telling him, give us your hands, all the normal commands, just to get his hands out from underneath of him. He was, in fact, a murder suspect in our eyes, and we didn't know if he still had a firearm on him or anything. So we're going to treat him like he's got a firearm. And since we can't see his hands, we're giving loud verbal commands to give us your hands and get his hands behind his back so we can get him arrested.
And when he doesn't comply with those commands, what happens?
Well, we use force to gain compliance.
Okay. And is that how you are trained to
Yes.
handle this type of situation?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so, when you used force, what kind of force did you use?
Mainly between me and Trooper Milam, like palm heel strikes, and I believe Trooper Milam used knee strikes. Since we were too close to have an effective taser deployment, and I didn't have my taser on me, where I wasn't working that day, I wasn't in full uniform. I had my tactical vest and some KSP apparel on. So the taser wasn't there for me. I did not have a taser on my belt, or I asked for pepper spray. So the only thing I could use to get compliance was just my hands and legs.
And that is how you have been trained?
Absolutely.
Okay. Judge, I've kind of gone on with some questions because I know that we should play the whole video, but I think it's just mainly everyone gathering. And so I would ask to stop the video.
Any objection?
No.
All right, there being no objection, the video can be stopped at this point. It will be available in its completeness for the jury.
Almost 60 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, so Trooper McCormick, I want to go back to you being a resident of Hempridge for just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
When you left to go to Hempridge that morning, did you already have your cruiser at your home or your marked vehicle?
Yes, we have take-home vehicles, so my vehicle's always parked in my driveway.
Okay, so for how long did you live on Hempridge before this incident happened?
I believe we moved in 2018.
Okay, so
Towards the end of 2018, in the fall. I believe.
so at least a year.
Yes.
For
year and
sure
a half,
that you
something
lived?
like that.
I mean, we know
Yes.
for a year you lived
Yes,
there.
over a year, yes.
Over a year. Did you take your vehicle home every day?
Every day, yes.
And it's marked
Yes.
to indicate that you are a trooper?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that sit at your home?
So our driveway, when you turn in from Hempridge, it goes straight up to the house, kind of the right side of the house. And then to the right is kind of like a gravel parking pad where I would park my personal truck and my cruiser. Usually my cruiser was closest to the road, and then my wife's car would be straight ahead.
So it was visible from the
Yeah,
road?
everybody on the street knew I lived there. It was fairly common knowledge.
And did you ever meet the defendant?
No, ma'am. The only person I met from the Augustine residence was Brett,
Was
and
Brett.
it's just because he came one of the first days we moved in. When we were moving in, he was one of the first. Actually, he was the first to come introduce himself and welcome us to the neighborhood.
Okay. Now, I want to go through each of the charges relating to this pursuit, if
Yes.
we may. There's a wanton endangerment first charge.
Yes.
Could you advise the jury what the basis of that charge is?
The one endangerment from the pursuit, as far as all the law enforcement involved, basically just from the danger of the high speeds and the danger to put others in the high speeds through a congested area like Main Street and all through town and everything.
What about the incident of him driving and jumping out of the vehicle and leaving his
Yes.
vehicle running?
I apologize.
No,
Yes,
that's
he did get out of a moving vehicle and left the vehicle in motion, which in turn struck, I cannot remember the Shelbyville officer's name, but it struck his passenger door. You can actually, in the video, you could see his car shake as he was getting out.
Okay. And did that occur in Shelby County?
Yes,
Okay. So there's also a fleeing or evading first degree in a motor vehicle.
yes.
Could you tell the jury about the basis of that?
All the vehicles involved in the pursuit were marked either Shelby County, Shelbyville, or state police vehicles with lights and sirens. And he failed to yield for all those, even after being hit with the spike strips, the tire deflation device. And he fled in his vehicle for several miles in excess of 26 or more over the speed limit. And then he also did not stop on foot either, so we charged him with fleeing and evading on foot as well.
Okay. So was that the incident that we observed on
Yes, when he
the
ran
camera?
from his vehicle.
When he ran, okay. And did this situation cause a substantial risk of danger to any persons?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And when you say absolutely, how?
Well, to everybody in the general public, he went through the most congested part of downtown with a tire that was deflated still at, more than double the speed limit, going through Main Street, going through 7th Street. It's all highly congested areas. It was around 7 in the morning, so everybody's going to work. I believe it was a weekday, and it put not only law enforcement and himself, but all the general public in pretty great risk.
Okay. And then there's a resisting arrest charge.
Yes,
And
there
I
is.
think we've talked about that a little bit, but let's talk about that specifically with respect to the elements of the charge. Were you in, maybe not uniform, but in clothing that
Yes.
looked like you were a police officer, a state
Yes.
trooper?
Yes, I had a tactical vest that said state police on the front and back, and state police hat, and then some state police issued pants at the time.
And you also mentioned Trooper Milam. Was he also
Yes, Trooper Milam was in full uniform.
in full uniform? Okay. And did his actions prevent any of you from affecting an arrest?
Mr. Augustine's act?
Yes.
Yes, he did not follow commands, so we had to gain compliance, yes.
And you had to use
Yes.
force in order
Yes.
to do so,
Yes,
in which you were trained?
yes.
Okay. Now, You indicated, I believe, in your testimony that a different trooper transported him to state police headquarters?
Trooper Hall transported him to Post 12 in Frankfort.
Okay. What did you do after that?
So, after the arrest was made, I did complete a citation for Mr. Augustine for the pursuit-related charges. And then I went back to the crime scene to assist in the neighborhood canvass. My original task that I was going to do, which was speak with all the neighbors in the area, just because I was a familiar face, and it was easier for me to talk to all the neighbors to see if they heard or saw anything the night prior, anything that would assist us in our investigation. So that's what I completed.
And did you gain any additional information from that?
No, nothing of value. I spoke with all the neighbors in the area, and like me, everybody's used to gunshots from the Augustine residents. None of them heard anything, but if they did, they wouldn't have thought it out of the normal anyways. But nobody heard or saw anything unusual that would have been important to know.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have. Mr. McLeod may have some for you.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you, Ms. Azanaro. Mr. McLeod, any questions?
Yes, Judge. How you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good. What did you think of Mr. Augustine's demeanor when you saw him outside of the vehicle?
He just appeared like somebody trying to get away.
Do you look upset?
I mean, I wasn't looking at his facial expressions, but I'm sure he was upset.
Okay. Well, describe his body movements then.
They were frantic from what I saw from the video, trying to get into that car, just anything to get away from us.
So frantic, use the word frantic.
Yes. Quick movements.
Quick movements, just
Yeah.
not really well thought out.
Yes.
Okay. Did he try to hit you or anything as such?
No, sir.
Was he easy to get under control?
Do what?
Was he easy to get under control?
I mean, as you saw from the video, it didn't take a very long time, no.
He's not a very big guy.
No, but even small people can be hard to detain sometimes. That
Sure,
doesn't mean
but he wasn't.
it,
Now,
well, it wasn't. It wasn't a long time to get him detained, but yes.
okay. How far did you live from the Augustine house?
Rough estimate, I would say within 100 yards. If you're looking out my front door, there's a residence directly across the street from me, and then it would be their right but my left, maybe like 100 yards is the Augustine residence. So directly across the street and to the left from my front door is where they lived.
Okay, and you talked to Mr. and Mrs. Walker.
I believe so, yes. That was directly across the street at, I can't remember their address number, but yes.
Is it 827?
Sounds right, yes. 827?
Is that it?
There's several. It wouldn't have, the Walkers directly across the street wouldn't have been at 800. They would have been probably as low 700 or 600 number.
729.
729 is the Augustine residence,
Right.
I believe.
Okay.
Because that was 638, they were 729.
Was it 673?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so compared to them, are you closer to the Augustine house or are they closer?
They're on the same side of the street. We're, I'd say, similar distance. I know they sleep in the basement, and I have the window directly above my bed face the Augustine residence. So, but in terms of distance, they might have been slightly closer. They were on the same side of the street, but not much difference.
Now, they didn't have anything immediate in regards to this investigation, but they told you they knew about previous arguments between the parents.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's approach.
He's getting ready to ask about domestic violence between Brett and his wife, and I don't think that has any relevance, and it's also hearsay.
Yeah, I agree. Where were you going with that question?
I think it's admissible, but I don't think it's hearsay. It just goes to the matter of like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I think they're going to try to say
Well,
that.
that's why he's trying to introduce it, is to show that it's true.
Are we planning on calling the Walkers for any?
I may go and get them served. I may get. There's another one that was in the psychological report that knew that she wouldn't allow her kids to go to Augustine's house.
I don't think it's proper to ask him because I I do think it would be hearsay at that point. But if you plan on asking them about anything that they observed at the home, then we can talk about the admissibility of that. But asking the trooper about his conversations about what they may have seen, that is hearsay and would not be admissible through that line of questioning. So if you can move in a different direction.
Well, I think and I do think it's relevant because he's like, they didn't have anything relevant to say. This is a domestic violence situation itself. And so they brought up that there was domestic going on there in the past. I mean, they felt compelled enough to tell the officer
But
this.
his wife moved out several months before that, so there's no relevance to that, and it's hearsay statement.
Again, even if it is relevant, it's hearsay. So I think the proper person to ask those questions to would be the Walkers about any observations that they had, not statements that the Walkers made to the trooper during this investigation.
Okay.
Okay?
What was the general reputation of Mr. Augustine in the neighborhood, do you know, or to you?
Other than the Walkers, nobody really had much to say about them. I never heard anybody say anything bad about them. I was unaware of anything bad with them. My impression was pretty good. Just he seemed nice when he introduced himself.
So other than the Walkers, though, that's...
And the Walkers didn't have a bad impression of me either. I don't think anybody really had a bad impression of anybody on the street. I thought we all had pretty good neighbors.
I have no more questions, Judge.
All right, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Trooper McCormick. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I have the parties approach? We're only an hour in. I'm not going to take a break quite yet, but what is the next witness? Is that going to be pretty lengthy?
No,
or-
it should be fairly short.
Okay.
So I think if we look at who we have, the detective sergeant that's at table, we're going to play a 3-hour interview. So that's the
That's
bulk
the
of our
big-
afternoon, is the
okay.
way I look at it. You've got videos, or a lot of photos that were taken that the next witness is going to look through and authenticate. But we're not going to go through every single one with him unless counsel wants that, because that would take the bulk of the rest
Right.
of. It would probably take the rest of the day if we went through every single photograph. So we're going to try and admit them in bulk.
Which I'll agree to.
Okay.
And then we have the kind of the crime scene kind of technology piece of it,
Yes, sir, officer.
which
Yes,
we
sir.
need to.
Lieutenant.
So I mean, it's really up to the court if you want us to. We can get everything set up so that the last thing we have to do after lunch is start playing the video, or we can.
But it would be a good thing if you took a break after the next witness.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of
so
like
that
just
we
a
can get
morning.
him set up
Okay.
too.
All right, so we'll have this witness and take a break. All right. All right, Commonwealth, if you will call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Detective Tyler Hunter.
All right, good morning, Detective Hunter. If you will turn and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
All right. Is it Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would, tell the jury where you work.
I'm Detective Tyler Hunter. I work with KSP. I'm a detective there. I've been employed for approximately 9.5 years with KSP.
How long have you been a detective?
Since late 2019, December of 2019.
Are you familiar with the case involving David Augustine?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Were you somebody that was called in to document the scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Basically, were you one of the detectives that was going through while the scene was being processed?
Yes, sir, I was. I was notified in the early morning hours of April 15th, 2020 by Detective Sergeant Jason Brown. After arriving on scene, I learned a search warrant had yet to been obtained for the residence
I gathered the necessary information and went to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office where I typed a search warrant, which was signed by a judge for the residence.
Okay. And just so the jury's aware, that search warrant is what allows you to go in and do what you need to do beyond just that initial entry?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Now, if you would, just walk the jury through what kind of goes along with processing a scene.
And sure, initially you're gonna make your initial walkthrough and gather, like I said, the information needed for the search warrant. Once you have that, you'll go in and generally document it with photographs. We also have technology where it's like a digital mapping. We will digitally map the scene. Then we will label what we want to collect as evidence, photograph, and collect that, which then it goes to our post or the lab, wherever it may need to go.
Okay, so if somebody in the jury's seen a crime scene show, when you say you want to label or document, how do you pick out a piece of evidence and give it importance to the people that are taking the
Sure.
photographs?
Sometimes we will start wherever we make entry and just label the first item we find, item 1, and then we will go in chronological order from there. Other times we will start, where the victim may be found or an item of importance, and start there and work from there. But it's generally chronological order from 1 to however many items we've located.
Okay. So I'm going to approach with a fairly lengthy stack of photographs. I'm going to mark exhibit 8.
Is this a collective exhibit?
It is.
All right, 8.
If you would take a moment, flip through there, and let me know once you've had a chance to do that. If you want to, you can basically tell the jury what you're looking at.
Sure.
You don't have to go through photos, but just generally,
Sure.
what are in those photos?
These are photographs of the home, the crime scene, and Mr. Augustine lying deceased in the hallway as we found it when we arrived on scene that morning. Also with the photographs are placards, items 1 through however many laid beside the item of evidence which we were going to take. We always place it beside it, photograph it with the placard, so you can go back and see what item it was.
And are those placards, so those identifying numbers, those are the numbers that track with the piece of evidence throughout the investigation
Yes,
and
sir.
analysis?
Yes, sir. It stays the same from the minute we name it on the scene all the way through the end. Yes, sir.
So in those photographs, is the scene in various stages of processing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Similarly, when you label something, then you said it kept its number. When you're doing these video or digital imagings, are those same numbers used in your digital imaging?
Yes, sir. I actually don't do the digital imaging myself, but I've partaken in several of them being done. And they always want the same placards that were on the items when we named them to remain there as they're shooting their scene, so they can name them the same thing.
Okay. Have you had a chance to go through all those photographs?
Not yet.
Okay. It's distracting you. Sound about right, there's 217 or so there?
Yes, sir, that sounds about right.
All right. Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the condition of 729 Hempbridge Road in Shelbyville, Kentucky, as you found it on April 15th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Though they also accurately reflect the condition of the decedent, the victim, Brett Augustine, as you found him?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted?
And Your Honor, as we discussed at bench, all of those photos are available to the jury, but we're not going to publish them at this time and go through all of them. So they have them at their disposal.
Okay.
All right. Now, were you called back to the scene a couple days later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why was that?
April 17th, Detective Keith Howard contacted me, stated a company that was employed by the insurance firm that had the house had located what they believed to be a bullet hole in the wall that they thought maybe wasn't documented at the time of the initial crime scene.
Okay. Did you go out to the residence and take photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If you will, take a look at that stack in front of you there. Just confirm that those are the photos that you took and that they accurately reflect kind of the stages of your uncovering the location of the bullet.
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit Commonwealth Exhibit 9.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted?
And if you would, Detective, tell the jury where this additional bullet hole was found.
Sure, it was in the same hallway that Mr. Augustine was located deceased in. It was a wooden American flag type decoration that had been hanging on the wall. The bullet entered it in what appeared to be a left to right direction, which would have been like coming from the outside of the home into the hallway. After it exited the flag, it entered the wall into a conjunction of several different walls. Would have been a lot of studs there, and would have been at that point.
Were you ever able to recover that bullet?
No, sir. In a conversation with Detective Howard, we decided that there was no need in attempting to cut all the studs out of that particular portion of the home to try to locate that projectile.
And just so, and we'll get into it with other witnesses, but were there other bullet holes and damages from bullets in that room where the decedent was located?
Sure, there were.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. B. Mr. McLeod, any questions?
Yes, Judge.
Officer Taylor, how familiar are you with the house?
I'm very familiar from being in it that morning and the 2 days after.
Okay, how many guns did you recover?
I don't recall. We'd have to look at the 41 logs.
Okay, a roundabout number.
I couldn't even begin to give you a roundabout number, sir.
Do you have the logs here?
I do not have them with me. I'm sure the Commonwealth has them.
Okay. Were there more than 10?
Sir,
You just don't have.
I would not want to
Okay.
speculate.
The bullet hole that you found in the flat, you don't know when that occurred.
No, sir.
Okay, as far as any other bullet holes in the house? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that bullet hole, in fact, you're not even sure what kind of gun created that hole?
No, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions, Judge.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a brief recess, let everybody stretch their legs a little bit and use the bathroom. We'll take about a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene. Let's do 15 minutes and return at 10:25. But before you leave, I will give the admonishment that I admonish each of you at this time that it is your duty while this case is in progress not to permit anyone to speak to or communicate with you on any subject connected with this trial. And all attempts to do so should be immediately reported by you to the court. And you should not converse amongst yourselves on any subject connected with the trial, nor form nor express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you for a decision. No private investigations, tests, or searches of the internet to obtain evidence on your own is permissible. I want further to admonish the parties, their attorneys, the witnesses, and anyone else having an interest in the outcome of this case not to have any conversations with any of the jurors serving on this case about any subject whatsoever. All right, we'll be back at 10:25.
I think we're satisfied.
Okay. Mr. McLeod? All right, we will waive roll call at this time, and Commonwealth, if you will call your next witness.
Lieutenant Hunter Martin.
All right? Lieutenant Martin, if you will turn and face me, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you tell the jury your name, please?
Sure. My name's Hunter Martin. I'm a lieutenant with the state police.
Okay, and were you so employed on April the 15th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you a lieutenant then, or in a different capacity?
Sergeant with
Sergeant?
the critical incident response team.
Okay, so tell the jury what the critical incident response team is.
Sure. So the critical incident response team was formed in 2017, I believe. We were tasked with investigating officer-involved critical incidences, and our team has some technology that's available to us that's not available to the local post. For this case, it's drone usage for forensic mapping, laser scanning, forensic mapping of crime scenes just to document the scenes. So I was called to the scene to provide assistance to Post 12 just to produce forensic diagrams of the scene.
And so you did do that in this specific case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the address of the crime scene?
I know it was on Hemp Ridge, that's all I remember.
729 Hemp Ridge, would that be
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so you, when did you go to this address?
Sometime in the afternoon, I don't remember the exact time.
On April the 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do upon your arrival?
So once I arrived on scene, I checked in with the detectives. They gave me a briefing, small briefing of the incident. They had placed placards throughout the interior of the residence and the exterior of the residence, identifying various pieces of physical evidence that we wanted to document. I then utilized 4 different instruments. I used drone technology to fly over the residence. I used GNSS technology to document some evidence that was out in the yard, and then out in the driveway, and then 2 different laser scanners, one for an exterior laser scan and then one for an interior laser scan of the scene. And all that basically produces 3D renderings of the crime scene.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. And we're at 10.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, I've got a flash drive in
Yes, ma'am.
this envelope. Do you recognize that flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that flash drive?
This is what we call all the digital raw data. So a lot of what we produce here can't be printed on paper. It lives on a computer. So this is the raw data of all the digital files that I used to produce what we're going to see today and what I produced.
Okay, and does it have your initial on the back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Your Honor, I would offer this as Commonwealth Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted?
Okay, so let's go ahead, if you don't mind, and pull up what you call the 3D scan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is that a picture of?
Sure. So what you're looking at, we used a Trimble TX6 laser scanner. It's a device that sits on a tripod. There's a laser in the middle that spins and measures and maps everything that it can see. After it's done laser scanning, it takes photos, overlays the photos on the laser point cloud. What you're seeing here is a 2D top-down version of the residence. Each of the triangles that you see is where the scanner was. So it just showed the layout of the residence. We can click on each scanner and we can jump in and see exactly what the scanner saw.
And if you don't mind, Lieutenant, can you take us to the front of the residence, just so we can, so
Yep.
the jury can see a picture of the front of the residence?
Yes, ma'am. There we go.
Okay, so that's looking at the front of the home.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, all of those arrows are places that the scanner was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so if you could, you were on what appeared to be the side of the house with the driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind to take us back there?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so now we're going to jump to what I'm going to call the left side of the residence and the driveway.
Okay, and what, if any, placards did you see at that point?
This is early in the crime scene. Right now, we don't have
Okay.
anything marked.
Okay,
Those were marked later, but
Those
we
were-
scanned outside looking into the mudroom.
okay, so take us into the home and give us an actual idea of the layout of the home, please.
Sure. Right now, we're going to start at the doorway. So this is the doorway leading into the residence. So we had 2 evidence placards here at the front. Then as we jump inside the residence, we are now looking out of the doorway, looking down at the evidence placards that are there. And then we're getting ready to jump into the living room. And then we can scroll around and look into the living room at the various evidence markers that have been placed. From the living room, we can go down the hallway. This is in the hallway, so if you look into the bathroom, this is looking back into the living room, and then we can turn and look down the hall. And then we can jump into the master bedroom.
And who, to your knowledge, whose bedroom was that?
I believe this is the father's.
The father's, the deceased's.
Yes. Jump over to the corner. We can look around the bedroom. Some evidence that we located. And then we can jump back out to the kitchen. So this is a little blurry, but we're looking, if you're looking down the hall towards the master bedroom, this is the kitchen. And then this is going to be the mudroom. And then now we're in the mudroom.
And from the evidence that you viewed in the residence, where does it appear that the body, that Mr. Augustine's body was?
He was located, this is a blood pool here in the back, what I'm going to call the mudroom where he was found. The body was moved prior to us scanning it.
And what is that door that we see right there?
This one
Yes.
leads outside to the driveway.
Okay,
Can we jump out there?
yes.
Okay. So
And
now-
that takes us back to the side of the home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you take us to some of the where you inserted the evidence placards. Could you take us to that diagram?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, so now we see a different viewpoint, and there are some yellow labels there. Tell
Yes.
the jury what that is.
Sure. The laser scanner is basically an inside tool. So this is a combination of laser scanning outside and drone photography that's overhead. So at this point in the investigation, the detectives had located several pieces of evidence outside. They placed their evidence markers on the ground. I documented those, and then I have attached the crime scene photos of each piece of evidence.
Okay. May I approach you?
You may.
Now, what is this document?
So this is a screenshot. So the computer moves around, we can look at different things. But once we position in a view that we want to show something, we can take basically a screenshot of what's on the screen. And it's just a snapshot showing some of the evidence overlaps in 3D. So this is just a nice 2D version to show.
Okay, and what are the markings that we see?
So we have evidence placards 1, 2, 3, 4, 19, 6, and 7 that are outside. 1 and 2 are 9mm casings, 4 is a 9mm casing, 3 is a 9mm casing, 19 is a copper jacket, number 6 is a piece of what I'm going to call a human flesh, skull, hair, and then number 7 is a copper jacket. We have the photographs with those.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would offer this as Commonwealth Exhibit 11.
All right. Any objection?
No objection, no objection.
So admitted?
Okay, and I believe that you took a screenshot with something on the side. I'm not sure if that was on the other picture as well, but could you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure, it's a scale bar. So
Scale
basically we
bar.
put in a measurement so we can measure off of that and just say it's accurate.
And is that a screenshot of that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd offer this as Commonwealth Exhibit 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted?
Okay, now, you also provided a sort of roof cutoff imaging.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could take us to those
Yes, ma'am.
images.
All right.
Okay, could you explain to the jury what that is, please?
Sure. So this is a combination of the TX6 laser scanner, and just to make it easier for us to see where everything is, I've literally just cut the roof off the residence, put it on its own layer, so now we can actually look inside the residence. We can see all of the rooms, how they're laid out, and then again, each of the yellow labels are pieces of evidence that the detectives identified, put down a placard, we took photographs of them, and I'm simply documenting where those were in the floor plan.
May I approach her?
You may.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Yes, ma'am. This is just a 2D top-down screenshot of this, just a little cleaner to see.
Okay, can you take us to that on the screen, please?
Yep. So we just go to 2D top-down.
Okay, so let's talk about the different placards that you documented on this screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us, as we're looking at the front door, what did you find?
Well, the front of the door, we located number 5 is a 300 blackout casing that was laying just outside of the front door. Just past that, inside the threshold of the doorway, is number 8. It was a 9mm casing. As we come into the living room, number 10 was another 300 blackout casing that was in the middle of the living room. As we go down the hallway towards the master bedroom, we located a 300 blackout casing. As we move into the, what I'm going to call the bedroom, master bedroom, over close to the, I guess the right corner of the bed, located a clump of black hair. That was number 17. And then number 18, over to the left of that, was another 9mm casing. As we move down the hallway into the kitchen, on the kitchen we had the AR pistol that was recovered. And then as we go into the mudroom, by a black tote near where the body was found, we found number 18. That was a 9mm casing. And then in the bedroom, number 15, we found a live 9mm cartridge that was on the bed.
And Lieutenant, you just reminded me that you actually have some crime scene photos of those placards and the evidence.
Yes.
That you have attached. Can we go to the 9mm casing number 18 and show that picture to the jury, please? And so when you connected this picture, you looked for the number of the placard, and that's number 18. And what is found beside that?
That was the blood pool where the victim was.
And what was the evidence that was marked?
A spent 9mm casing.
Okay. And if we could go to, well, let's just look at all of them if you don't mind. Number 15.
Yes, ma'am.
And where was this?
This was located on the bedroom, in the back left bedroom.
Okay. And do you know that to be the defendant's bedroom?
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
home? Okay. And what is that?
That is a unfired 9mm cartridge.
Okay. Then if we could go to number 11. And what do we see there?
That was a AR pistol that was recovered.
Okay. And what about the other gun in the picture?
I don't recall the caliber, but I just know it was a pistol.
Okay. And let's go to number 10. And that was found roughly in the middle of the living room?
Yes, ma'am. That's a spent 300 blackout cartridge.
And would that come from either one of the weapons on the table?
It would come from the AR pistol.
Okay. And then if we could go to number 5.
Number 5 is just outside the threshold of the front door. That is a 300 blackout casing.
Okay, and that would also come from the AR style weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
And then number 8.
9mm casing located just inside the threshold of the door.
Okay.
Spent.
And then number 14. Would that 9mm have come from the other weapon on the table?
I don't know the caliber of that.
Okay.
Number 14 is a spent 300 blackout.
Okay. And then if we could go to number 17.
Number 17 was a clump of black hair.
Okay. And then if we could go to number 18.
Looks like I've labeled it incorrectly.
So that should be 16.
Yep, that is supposed to be 16. That's my mistake. That was, let me get back. All right, I labeled that incorrectly. So that is supposed to be a piece of flesh. So 18 is 16. So that was a piece of flesh in the bedroom.
Okay. And then 18, we had a 9mm casing according to your documentation.
Can I see that?
Yes.
So that should actually be labeled flesh. That is piece
So there
of,
was not an 18, it was a 16.
it was a 16. I labeled it wrong.
Okay, so that is a piece of flesh.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I would offer this as policy exhibit 13.
All right. Any objection to its admittance?
I don't think it, does it accurately, I think it's incorrect. So I don't know if I agree to that coming in.
All right. If we could have the parties approach, let's make sure we have this clear. All right, I think we're talking about here, right?
Yes, this one right here.
18, and there was another 18 over here, and this should have been a 16. So
With
your
a piece of
objection
flesh.
is the incorrect labeling, this being 18 when it should have been 16.
And Your Honor, I would ask that he be able to correct that. He's testified that that was his error and that it was number 16, obviously from the picture, and that he be allowed to
Any
change that
objection to
documentation.
the lieutenant making that correction on the exhibit?
Yeah, this is the problem I was having with this whole, from the beginning though, is that it's always after these people putting it in. And so I object to this. It's just up to whatever the jury got out of it, whatever they think it is.
I think he has testified to the correction, and that's been cleared up. And really, this is just an overview. They'll have, do we have specific photographs of each?
We have
individual?
photographs of
Okay.
each.
It just shows placement.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just placement.
I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. And Lieutenant, if you could take us back outside so that we can go through that same explanation with the pictures outside,
Yes, ma'am.
or with the placards outside, I'm sorry.
I think we'll need the clerk to refresh the switch, please.
it need to be on video conference up here? Or,
Nope, it just lost connection. You already said that.
Turn it off, turn it back on.
I've tried several things, you just have to give it a second.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, so if you could take us to evidence placard number 1
Yes.
and attach the pic, show us the picture. And what is that?
Spent 9mm cartridge.
Okay. Then can you take us to number 2? And what was that?
A spent 9mm cartridge.
Okay. You can take us to number 3.
Spent 9mm cartridge.
hang on just a minute. Are we seeing the whole, are the jurors seeing that on your, okay, mine is doing something different. I just wanted to make sure they're seeing the same thing. Okay, go ahead.
And we covered number 3, is that correct?
Oh, we just did number 3.
Yes, okay. So if you could take us to number 4. And what is that?
A spent 9mm cartridge.
Okay. And then I think we jumped to number 6.
Yes. That is hard to tell, but it's basically a piece of flesh with hair in it.
Okay. And then number 7.
And then number 7 is basically piece of copper jacket.
And what is that?
Basically, projectile bullets sometimes are covered in copper, and the lead separated from the copper jacketing. It's just a piece of it.
Just a piece of it, okay. And then I believe 19 is the last.
Yep. 19 is another copper jacket.
Okay. So these are the pieces of evidence that you marked on this 2D digital image.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you took that information from evidence from or from the evidence logs and the pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all that I have of Lieutenant Martin at this time.
All right, any questions, Mr. McLeod?
Yes, Judge. Now, do you have any control over what's being processed or picking up from the scene at the crime scene?
No, sir. I'm there in a support capacity to detectives. They just mark it up, and I document what they mark up.
Okay, so can you speak to the evidence at all other than what the pictures present?
Well, I was at the scene. I walked through. I saw the evidence. We marked them, talked about what they were. So that's just showing the jury where they are.
How many people were there at the scene when you were there?
There were several other detectives. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, and one of the pictures that had been set up, the placards had not been placed down yet.
Correct.
And the bullet, maybe those casings hadn't even been found yet, could that be it?
Maybe, or they may have been identified, we just didn't mark them. Typically, we will walk through the scene, photograph, try to do their best to photograph what we see, identify the evidence. Then the detectives, everybody has their own process, but they'll take the placards and start placing them, and then we identify them.
Now, when y'all first show up at the scene, one of the officers testified that you're clearing the rooms.
I was there many hours after. I wasn't there for clearing the rooms.
Okay. Now, again, I guess I'll ask you. You have no idea when those casings, when they were discharged, if they were discharged that day, if they were discharged a week before?
Correct.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Martin. You may be excused.
And Your Honor, be a second to recall the detective.
All right, you will be subject to recall.
Judge, may we approach for?
Yes.
So we were now moved to Detective Howard, or Sergeant Howard. He's got a 3-hour video. There is a break in it. If we want to get more testimony in, I can put him on the stand. I can lay the foundation for that video, and we can start playing it, and then break closer to
Where's
lunch.
the break? Is it about an hour or so in? You know, it's early. I think that's probably wise to go ahead and try to utilize
Sure.
this time.
I mean, the other thought would be to just see if the jury wants to go to early lunch or if they want to go closer to noon. Doesn't matter to me.
I think it's okay to have a break in the middle of that, kind of break it up a little bit. So
I think so too. I think sitting there for 3 hours is just a bit too
it
much.
is, you have to break anyway, so that gives
For
us.
the day. Then we've got tomorrow's the medical exam and the ballistics guy, and maybe the coroner.
Will he be your last witness today?
We have one more that he would be our last witness today.
Okay.
So
And how long, we know there's a 3-hour
I'd say it's probably
interview.
4 or 5 hours of combined between cross-examination and direct.
Okay, let's go ahead and get an hour or so under our belts, take a break for lunch,
Okay.
and then we'll conclude this afternoon.
I guess I gotta figure out when my witnesses, when are you gonna be doing tomorrow at noon or?
So right around noon tomorrow is when we'll be done.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
Okay.
sounds good, thank you. All right, Commonwealth, if you will call your next witness.
This time we call Sergeant Howard.
All right, right, Sergeant Howard, if you will turn and face me, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, if you would, have a seat.
All right, Sergeant, if you would, please state your name for the jury and tell them where you're employed.
Sergeant Keith Howard, I'm employed by the Kentucky State Police.
How long have you been with Kentucky State Police?
Just a little over 19 years.
Did you start with the state police right out of the academy, or did you start with another agency?
I've been employed with the state police the entire time.
Okay. Do you have any military experience prior to that?
I have not.
Okay. So all of your training as an officer or as a trooper and then beyond is through the state police?
Through the state police, and then there are some in-services that were put on through DOCJT and other agencies.
Okay. So you, fair to say there's supplemental training that goes on each year or
Yeah.
every couple of years?
We're required to do 40 hours of training every year to keep our law enforcement certification.
Okay. What's your current position?
I'm a sergeant at the Kentucky State Police Critical Incident Response Team.
All right, and what sort of incidents do you investigate in your capacity as a sergeant there?
In my capacity now, I investigate shootings that involve law enforcement, in-custody deaths, and murder of a police officer.
Okay. Back in 2020, what was your rank?
I was a detective assigned to Post 12 in Frankfurt.
Okay. Do you remember getting a call on April 15th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What was the nature of that call?
I was contacted by then Sergeant Brown. He was our detective sergeant at the time. Notified me that Shelby County Sheriff's Department requested that the Kentucky State Police investigate a murder that occurred in their county at 729 Hemp Ridge Road.
Okay. So what was the first step for you in the investigation or your involvement in the case?
I was told then that I would be the lead investigator in that case. So from then, I responded to the scene. Once I arrived on scene, I spoke with a couple of the individuals that were there. A search warrant had not been obtained at that point, so one detective was sent to obtain a search warrant for the residence. So at that point, we were standing by waiting for authority to go into the residence.
Okay. So once the search warrant was obtained, did you make entry?
I did not. Prior to the search warrant being obtained, I was advised that other officers in the county had been in pursuit with David Augustine, and that they had actually got him stopped and placed him into custody near Governor Square. I was requested to respond over to that area. Once I responded there, took pictures of that area, and at that point in time, Mr. Augustine was transported to Post 12, where I responded as well to conduct an interview with him.
Okay. When you sat down with, this person that you've referred to as David Augustine, do you recognize him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, he's sitting to my left at the council.
All right. If you would just describe an article of clothing he's wearing.
I stipulate, Judge.
All right.
All right. So you conducted an interview of Mr. Augustine?
Yes, I conducted an interview in our interview room, which is audio and video equipped.
Okay. Did you go through advisements with him prior to your interview?
I advised him of his rights on the video.
Okay. Did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. Did you talk with him about everything that went on in that day?
We spoke for multiple hours.
Okay. I am holding what is going to be shortly marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 14. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize that Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's a flash drive with a recording on it that I reviewed, and it's accurate to the interview that I conducted.
Okay, does it contain the entire interview?
Yes.
Is there anything that was omitted, taken out, changed from your recollection of the interview that you conducted with the defendant?
No.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately reflect that interview?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I've moved to admit Commonwealth Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted?
And, Your Honor, I think it's probably best, at this time, we just move to publish, and when we get to a stopping point, if you just want to signal, we'll stop it
Okay.
and go from there. So Detective, before I start playing this, what is your recollection of the defendant's demeanor?
He was kind of fidgety. He would talk. When he talked to me and the other officers, at this point, he was respectful, even used yes sir, no sir, things like that. He was receptive to how we were speaking.
Okay.
Whenever he gets here, so it'll be more comfortable for you, and then he'll talk to you. Pretty calm there. Yes, sir. Hold the left, iPhone next. There's another, in the pocket. There's nothing in that pocket. Oh, it's in the short pocket, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a knife. Yes, sir, there's a knife. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I said, once he gets here, we'll probably discuss it around. Do you need some water or anything?
He did everything, the off, please, if you want.
We'll do it over here, then. We'll do it here. Talking about your handcuffs? Yeah, we'll put them up front here when the detective gets here. All right. Yes, sir. Still good luck. Explain anything, you get a hospital or you got a backyard, use water and.
No, I was water, I was scheduled
Everything else all right? Legs, everything?
I really had pain, so
Okay. Well, we'll let you, as soon as they're on the way, so once they get here, they're kind of more in shoulders, so as soon as they get here, then we can go, okay, we'll go. Okay, you want us to, okay. Here, let me just.
Joseph, pause it. I just want to make sure everybody can hear it, okay? All right. Okay.
What's your name? And then, David Augustine. I just got to know. I'm gonna put them up front for you. And then I'm gonna do them. All here. I'm going to supply and go ahead and get the, anything like that, sir? Good? No, I appreciate it. All right. I'm the same power, the same police. You go to go, have the handcuffs and everything goes that wrong. What's up? What's your name? David Augustine? David Augustine. A-U-G-U-S-T. And how old are you, David? 18. You're 18. When's your birthday? June 13, 2000. June 2001. Do you know your social? 401 1900. 1900. Okay, and where do you live at? 79. What was the road? Henbridge, Henbridge, RD. 79. 79, okay, I missed that 9 part there. 729 Henbridge Road. I'm sorry, somebody here's already. That's okay. We'll take it slow. And that's in Shelbyville? Yes, sir. You know, let's go over Shelbyville? 40065. Alright. Since you're in custody, so that's, I'm going to read you your rights, alright? Why you doing it, alright? Because they got pursuit of you, and you fled from the police. So you're in custody for not stopping the police. Turn the lights on, sirens on behind you. Okay? Even though this is running? Yeah, it doesn't matter where they're at, you're still in custody. So I'm going to read you right because you didn't stop when the police told you to. So, you may remain silent. Anything you do, say may be used against you in the court or any other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before you make any statement or answer any question, and you may have your attorney with you during the questioning. You may request the court to appoint an attorney for you if you cannot afford to hire one. You may stop the question any time by refusing to answer any further questions or by requesting a consultation with your attorney. With those rights in mind, you want to talk to me today? We're just going to talk about everything. Who lives with you there at the house? My father lives in the house. Your father, and what's your father's name? David Augustine. David Augustine. So did you and him live there? Yes, this morning actually, you guys got an argument? What do you guys argue over? Marijuana. Marijuana? Okay, what started the argument over marijuana? I used it in the past. It was a long time ago. You used it in the past? Did he not know you using it? No, he didn't. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you selling the Amazon then? Okay, what are we talking about? Back to the week, we talked about a couple years? I sold weed, probably like, okay. So you guys got an argument about that? Okay. What was he saying about that? Okay, was he smoking something? What brought it up? What brought it up is, when I woke up, I felt kind of weird. I didn't sleep. I don't know, it's like a little time. Okay, please do. So, one night, I didn't get any sleep. Okay. The next night, I looked at my phone and like I was turned over for a second and then I was looking at my phone again and the time changed. Mm-hmm. But like hours. Okay. He was in just like and because that brought up, I think that, maybe, remember something in the past, and that was, we drinking some water in a brown bag, and I didn't know it was in the water. And, felt like I was young. And then, like, I don't know, I guess whenever that happened, it felt like the same exact thing again, and it's to me, it was honest, you know. And, to me, it was honest, I thought it was, I think it is. Okay, you close to the front? I think, I feel like if we use blood right now, no, it'd be something else. Okay. Other than marijuana. Have you taken anything besides marijuana? No, sir. When was the last time you smoked marijuana? In the last month. In the last month? Yes, sir. Talking day, week, and a month ago, and how long are we talking? When was the last time you smoked? Do you remember? Probably not too long ago. I don't know. Okay. I smoked 3 times. Okay. Alright. Did you smoke today? Did you smoke yesterday? No, I didn't smoke weed. No, sir. Okay. Did you smoke anything? And often, and you, but e-cigarettes? Yes, but I don't need, just put a little bit of. Don't have anything that says THC or? No, sir. Just nicotine? Yes, sir. Okay. Do you do anything else besides marijuana? Yes, sir. Okay. Have you ever done anything besides marijuana? No, that you know of? Yes, sir. Okay. So you said you wasn't sleeping. Can I go ahead and get some blood drawn, please? Or could I get blood drawn, please? Would that be okay? To see if there's anything in the system? We'll discuss that here in a minute, okay? So you wasn't sleeping. Are you on any prescription medication or anything? Have you tried anything? I'm only smoking weed for anxiety in the past. Okay, are you on any meds for anxiety? No, sir, I gave this some. You gave it a little, how long ago? Probably about 2 weeks after I was prescribed. Okay, how long was that? Probably about, how long ago was it? Probably about a year. Okay, so it's been a while then? Okay. So you just smoke marijuana for anxiety? It's just kind of estimated, you're not an everyday smoker or anything? Okay. So you said you wasn't sleeping. When was the last time that you sleep last night? At the end of this morning? Yes. Okay, what time did you go to bed? I went to bed I went to bed at like 8 o'clock and woke up at 2. Woke up at 2? Yes. Okay, what woke you up? What woke me up is, I ran and woke up. Okay. What did you do when you woke up? I walked straight out of the room. Okay. And talked to my dad. Okay. Was he up? How did he up? He told me that he was that he took out the garbage. Okay. So he took out the garbage. He said that he was going to take, okay, I misunderstood. He was going to take out the garbage. Did he take out the garbage? Okay, but what happened from there? We got into an argument, and because I thought that he was the one, or he was the one putting drugs in my stuff, because I thought that he was drugging me. Okay. Or putting stuff in, like he's and stuff like that. So, What did you say to him? Did you confront him about putting something in your e-cigarette or in your drink, or? I wouldn't say I confronted him, but I would say that, that I asked him, or not that I asked him, but, yeah, I was saying, for the instructions and stuff. Okay, you remember what you said? I don't know, I know that I said that. I know that, that I thought that I was on drugs and I didn't take any. So, I asked him, I said, no, I do remember the same thing vividly, but I don't really want to, it's kind of embarrassing, but that's not a fact. No, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I mean, all this needs to be out in the open, so if you remember something vividly, what you said. I said, my dick is getting smaller, and I'm losing weight, and I was shaking up, and I was just being honest with him. Okay. And how do you respond to that? I arrested him. Okay. I arrested him. He stood up, and he was like putting his hand over here and over here and over here, and kept putting it here. He kept pointing at his gun and pointing at his gun, and then I was frightened, and I thought he was going to shoot me. So I punched him. Okay. Did he carry a gun with him? Did he have a gun with him? He had it on his hip. Okay. Did he typically carry it when he's at the house? He just carries it all the time. Okay. And what hip is that he carries on? His right. His right hip. Do you know what kind of gun he carries? No. Right. So you're saying that he was motioning down to the gun and kept pointing it at you, like literally like that. Okay. Like putting his hand here, like I'm about to shoot. Okay. Was it under his clothes or over his clothes? Did he carry it like we do, or did he carry it under that? Okay. So it's out in the open. All right. So you said you felt scared. I felt terrified. Terrified. Okay. And what happened from there? I punched him. Or just punched him in the face. Okay. So you punched him. How many times did you punch him? We fought. Okay. We fought. And he had run and he dropped it or something. I picked it up. He said he was going to kill me. And then I just shot at him. And I just hit myself. I was scared. Okay. Where did you guys have this happen? His bedroom. His bedroom? Yes, sir. So you guys have moved from the living room to his bedroom? Yes, sir. We're fighting. Okay, you're fighting. Do you guys fight all the way? Did you start fighting in the living room or in the bedroom? In the living room. Okay, you guys fight all the way to the bedroom? Yes. Okay. So, at some point in time, you're saying the gun fell out? No, I'm saying he dropped it. He dropped it. And I don't know if he dropped it. It was right in there. He dropped it. And, where did you hit the gun from? Him. Like, did you have a hand or out of the floor or where? I picked it up. You picked it up. Okay. I picked it up off the ground, and he said he was going to kill me, and I shot him. Okay. Okay. And after I shot him, I was scared, and I ran. And I went out to his car, but the keys weren't in it. And instead of getting in the car, I went over to the side. And he came out with a big AR. He came out with an AR and he was going to kill me. shot him and you went outside.
I defended myself.
Okay, you fired a weapon at him and in the house, and then when you went outside afterwards. I'm just trying to make sure that I get everything.
I thought my dad was gonna kill me.
Okay.
So I punched him in the face.
Okay.
I was then scared, frightened for my life.
Okay.
And I didn't, you know, I was literally gonna kill him. I took his gun. I didn't take it, but I picked it up off the ground after we started fighting because we were both on the ground. He just put me in that headlock and he kept hitting me in the face. And literally we were fighting. We literally, like, it was real.
So you just like to turn your life for your life?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you got the gun?
I had the gun.
You had the gun? Okay. You said you picked it up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you shot him?
I defended myself and I was scared for my life.
Okay. Okay, what happened once he was shot? Did you hit him? That you know of?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you know where?
In the face.
In the face. Okay, what happened once you hit him in the face?
Before I hit him in the face, I was afraid of my life.
Okay.
I hit him in the face and we started fighting.
Okay. When you shot at him, did you hit him when you shot at him? The first time?
The first time,
Yes.
I can't recall.
Okay. When you fired the gun, what was his reaction?
What?
When you fired the weapon the first time, how did he react?
So he blew my finger off and I think that was an accident. But I was scared and I shot and he said he blew my finger off and I ran because I got scared.
Okay. And where did you run to?
His car.
You ran to the
I
car?
ran to his car.
Okay. Did you still have the gun with you at that time?
Yes, I was terrified.
Okay. So you was out of the car, and you said that you didn't have the keys, so you couldn't get into the car?
So I didn't have any keys, so I couldn't get in the car.
Okay. What happened from there?
He came out the door with AR and then
That's fine.
I got over to the side and it was like an angle and I had to shot.
Okay. So you shot him again from outside? Okay. Did he shoot at you?
I was afraid that he was going to. He signaled that he was going to me. It was like he was pointing straight at the gun. He was scaring me.
Okay. When he came outside with the AR, was an AR and AK? An AR. So when he came outside with the AR, did he shoot at you then?
He was looking for me.
He was looking for you. He didn't know where you were? Okay. Did he say anything when he came outside?
He was just looking for me.
Just looking for you? And you said that you
He had an AR in his hand.
Okay. And you still had, what did you have to begin with? A pistol?
No,
Okay. Once you were outside, did you have a weapon when you were outside? What did you have? His pistol?
yes.
Okay.
Dad's pistol.
You had a pistol?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you fired it outside?
I was outside and I shot him. Yes.
Okay. Where were you at outside?
To the left of his car.
Okay. Where does he park his car at?
Like, here, and like, here's the door, here's the door. So, here's the door, here's the car. I was over here, and he steps out and starts looking around with the AR. And I was terrified, I was shooting. I shot first, because I didn't know that.
Okay. That's understandable. So is the car parked in the driveway? Your dad's car?
No, it's not. It's
No, where was your dad's car parked at this morning? So he came out the side door with, you said an AR? Okay, you were on the left side of the car. Okay. And he came out, looked for me, and shoot me, or I just said, you said we go, and I was terrified. Well, I'm just making sure. Okay. I hadn't, because I was afraid of my life. Okay, I appreciate you talking to me. I'm just making sure I clarify everything, make sure that I get it all and I understand it. I don't want you to get upset. I may ask a bunch of questions, but it's so I can understand it. You know what happened because you were there. I wasn't there, so I'm trying to ask questions so I can wrap my head around what happened. So if I ask a question on where somebody was or what happened, I'm just trying to clarify so I understand. Does that make sense? Well, it's okay. I mean, I don't, it's been a big morning and everything else. So I'm trying to make sure that I get every detail that I can and understand what happened. Alright, so you're back in the car and you said he come out with an AR. Where are we at? Am I still telling the story? Yes, you're still telling the story. You're at the car. Telling me what happened? Yep, you're at the car and he comes out with an AR. Tell me what happens from there. I didn't know the car. It was sitting in the driveway. But when he came out the door with the AR, I got scared and I thought he was going to shoot me. So I shot him. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. And where did he go from there? Like you shot him from out in the driveway, did he go back in the house, or did he come further out, or did he still out there in the driveway? You know, he was never in the driveway. Where was he at? You said he came outside looking for you. He was in the house. He was in the house? Yes, sir. Okay. But he was standing right here for the door, okay. Alright, so he had the door open and was kind of in the doorway? Looking for me. Looking for you, okay. Once you shot from outside, did you see him again? Okay, he came to the door and with the rifle, with the AR. Okay. Okay. So you had to go back inside and get the keys. What door did you use to go in to get the keys? The side door. I mean, obviously nobody wants to see that. No. I wanted to. I don't know. I went and put in my head. I was so stood down and I thought I was about to freaking go to jail for life and all that. Okay. So when you go back in the side door, what do you see? That's fine. Well, when you go back in the side door, what do you see? Where is she at? In what room? I've not been in your house, so I don't know the layout, okay? So that side door, where does it go to? Okay. Was he standing? Was he laying? What was he doing? Okay, so he was laying on the floor? Okay. Do you know he was dead or alive? Okay. When you went in, did you do anything when you went in the side door? You don't remember what you picked up? I picked up, I understand that. You were scared. You had to leave. I wanted to. I really something up. What did you pick up when you went inside?
It was a fake bullet.
A fake bullet? What do you mean a fake bullet?
It just looked like it was, fake, when I didn't really do something.
Okay. Where did you pick it up from?
Just around.
Okay, well, what did you do with it?
Put it on my bed.
Put it on your bed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was the AR that he had? Where was it at?
In your hand.
In his hands? Was it still in his hands?
Where it came from.
Okay. Where was the pistol that you had?
I put it on the table.
Kitchen table, coffee table, what kind of table? On the table. Okay, so you set the pistol you had down on the table. And what did you do from there? You left? Did you get the keys?
Yeah, I had to get the keys.
Where were the keys at?
The keys were in this room.
Were in his room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know where they were at in there, or did you have to search for them?
I had a book for it.
Okay. Where did you find them at in this room? Okay. So you had the keys in the underwear drawer, and you got the keys?
Well, those moments of the keys.
Okay. You got one of them, or all of them, or how many did you get?
I had my set, my dad's set, and his favorite.
Okay. So you took all the keys to the car that you could find? Did you take anything from your
I
room?
took 3 pair of keys.
You said 3 sets of keys?
Yes, sir. Okay. And you see that pushing out a little bit, when I get the rain, and we started using
Okay.
it sucks.
I understand. All right, so you took 3 sets of keys. Did you take anything else when you left?
I put pants on.
Put pants on, put those on. What was you wearing when you woke up?
Underwear.
Just underwear?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Either underwear or underwear. Underwear.
Okay. No shirt or anything?
No.
Okay, so just underwear. All right, so did you go and you put clothes on? You said you put pants on. Did you put that shirt and that hoodie on?
I put clothes on.
Okay, where'd you do that at? Your room? Okay, what kind of shoes were you wearing? Flip-flops. Okay. So once you did all that, what did you do? Once you put clothes on, okay, you go up front door or side door? Okay. Okay. So you have to walk past your dad to get out the side door? Okay. Okay. So then you left? In his car? Is that the only car that you guys have?
Yeah, my car's on the highway.
Your car's on the highway?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you break down or something?
Yes, I blew up the transmission.
Okay. So it's still parked on the highway somewhere?
Yes.
Alright. Alright. Did you talk to anybody after this?
And I called my therapist because I was stressed out, but, other than that,
Okay.
I
You said you got a therapist, how long do you see them?
see my therapist once
Okay. What's their name? Do you know?
yeah,
What is it?
the name of my therapist is Mr. Brett
Street? Common Street. Over by, Louisville. Okay, is there a name of the business or anything? Yes. What is it? You never? I can't have the name of the business, I'm giving you a call. That's all right. You call me? Okay. All right, you called him? Did you get a hold of him? Did you talk to Mr. Corley? Yes. Okay, and that was after you left the house? Yes. Okay, so this morning you talked to Mr. Corley. Was there anything he said to you? And what did you tell him? Okay. What do you think Mr. Corley for? Anxiety. And PTSD. PTSD. Yes, sir. Okay. Is he diagnosed with those? Yes, sir. Okay. Did you call 911 or anything? Try to? Yes, sir. Okay. Explain to me what you mean by you tried to. Okay. So, did you talk to him when you called? Yeah. Okay. What did you tell him? I told him that, okay. What did they tell you? You told me that, told me to go to Governor Square. They told you to go to Governor Square? Yeah. Okay. Were you supposed to meet somebody there, or why were you going to Governor Square? Okay. Well, actually, was it a male or a female told you to go to Governor Square? Female told you to go to Governor Square? Okay. And did they tell you what to do once you got to Governor Square? No, they did not. Okay. Is that what you tried? What is it? Is that what you tried to do? Was go to Governor Square? No, I got scared. You got scared? No, I didn't. I got scared. Okay. Was you scared when you saw the lights and fire and everything? Okay. That was you? No, I mean, I was just, police scared me. Oh, and then just, they don't scare me, but they make me really mad. I'm not scared. So I make you mad? Or no? They don't make me mad. Oh, no. It's just, could you repeat the question? When the light was up behind you, you said you were terrified of it? No, I just mean I was scared. You were scared? Yeah. Okay. If you get in the police chase, you're gonna get your freaking face smashed in the concrete. Or beat up or something. You're gonna get freaking tore up by the police. Okay. Why did you stop when they got behind you? When they turned away? I didn't get behind you. I showed up way later. When the police officer got behind you, turned their lights and sirens on, why didn't you stop? I was scared. You scared? Okay. I was scared. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness. Go back a little bit. You just lived there, you and your dad lived there. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Yes, I have brothers and sisters. Okay. What's their name? So everybody's name's Augustine? Yeah. Okay. Micah, Eric, White, because we're gonna need to contact somebody at the next end to let them know that such a father has passed away. So in order, it's like Augustine. Okay. Eric Augustine. David Augustine. Okay. And where do you fit in this? Are you oldest, youngest, in the middle somewhere? You're the youngest? Okay, who's the oldest? The oldest would be okay, do you know how about old he is? Okay. 28. And does he live around here? Okay. Where do you live at? Well, what about Eric? How old is Eric? 80. Okay, where does Eric live at? Do you know where at Shelbyville? Okay, and what about Danielle? How old is she? 22. Okay, where does she live at? She lives in northern Kentucky. Okay. What about your mom? She lives in Shelbyville. Are her and your dad divorced, or? Yeah. Okay, what's her name? She go by a different last name now? I would assume so. You don't have contact with your mom? I haven't been having contact. Well, you just asked me. So it's been a while since you contacted your mom, talked to your mom? You said she lives in Shelbyville? Okay. How long has your parents been separated? Probably about 2 years. Okay. You lived with your dad since separation? Yes. Okay. Okay. During that time, I did have to go with my brother. Which one was that? You lived with Micah for a little while? Yeah, it was, my dad had gone for a little while, for about 6 months, and it was just me and my mom there for about 6 months, and she made me have a little bit of mental health problems. And that is my mother. I love her with my whole heart. She said she had maybe had a little bit of a mental health problem. No, she had I don't know what from living with her in that house for that long amount of time without going about 4 or something like that. I don't know if I was on work at the time, but and maybe had a little bit of schizophrenia. I'm sorry. Have you ever been diagnosed with that? Yeah. Well, I've talked about it, but he never told me that I had schizophrenia or had schizophrenia. Okay. So he's never told you that, but you talked to him and you yourself have decided kind of what you have, or has he talked to you and that might be what you have? Schizophrenia. He she had talked to me, and she said that was. Okay. Did he give you any medication for that? At the time, no. But I went to the doctor for my anxiety. And medication there, what doctor did you say for that? The medication I got for anxiety, but my doctor is named Dr. Sims, that is my medical doctor. Same, S-A-N-E-S, same, okay. Is he there in Shelbyville? Yes. Okay. And earlier you told me that it's been a while since you've taken that medication. And how long has that been since you take that? Okay, so quite a while. Have you taken any medication since then? And so that's been a few days, a few weeks, something like that. I smoked weed. I had to do it because I had to try to slow down and stuff like that. But it really helps me with my anxiety. Like right now, like if my personal face is hard. It's just my ears are ringing and stuff like that. I don't know why that's happening, but I feel like it's coming off. Okay. Alright. Let's go back so I can make sure that I've got the entire story. Okay? So we're going to go and say you and your dad live together. You're the only two that live there. Okay, you live together, you're the only two that live in that house. You were. Okay. And you said that you was having a little bit of issue with sleeping. So was coming? You not slept and... Well, no, that's not what I was trying to say. Oh, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry. Whenever I couldn't sleep, I was supposed to help me sleep, but I mean, I couldn't put that up because I'm doing something about it. But I was just maybe, I just had to, I just wanted to lose sometimes. Okay. Did you spoke last time to go to sleep? No. You didn't? Fell asleep. You said that was around 8 o'clock? Yeah. Okay. 8:30. 8:30, you fell asleep. In your room or somewhere else? In your bed at 8 or 8:30, you fell asleep. And you got up at what time? I got up around 2 o'clock. And I think we discussed that you slept in your underwear. Yes. Okay. We'll get to that. I'm just trying to make sure I get everything that we talked about right. You got up around 2 o'clock and you left your room, you went in the living room. You left your room and went to the living room? Okay. And when you walked in the living room, what did you see? Was he sitting, standing, laying, what was he doing? Sitting just like that, sitting straight, looking for nothing but a window. What was he sitting in? Or not a window, he was just sitting there working like this on stuff. But, what kind of seat was he sat in? Was it couch, chair, recliner, what was that about? Couch. You sat on the couch, you said you just kind of staring. And who started the conversation, you or him? I started the conversation. Okay, what did you start the conversation with? Can't recall. corresponding with what we talked about earlier, you saying that you think somebody was maybe drugging you? You did.
Without me, thinking that someone was putting drugs in me.
Okay. Did you, what did you grab for? Touch somebody, I just look at something in your pocket or, okay. All right. I'm good as long as I think that hurts you. So did you accuse him of putting something in drug to you?
I don't know if I did or not. We hadn't asked him.
Okay. Did he?
Oh my gosh.
What is it?
Well,
Acting like you remember something.
yeah, I do remember something.
Okay, can you tell me what you remember?
Yeah. He told me that I knew where I was taking.
You knew what you were taking?
That's what he told me.
Okay.
But I didn't understand what he meant by that because I don't take anything.
Mm-hmm.
I just smoke. Or I did smoke fast.
Okay. So you're not taking anything at all besides you're taking smoking marijuana, and you haven't done that recently?
Yes, sir. I have not done that recently.
Okay.
I have not taken anything.
Okay. So, all right. And he told you that you knew you were taking it?
I'm sorry.
He told you what?
He told me that, he told me that, that I knew what it was, and that it was, that he told me that I was doing that.
He told you that you were doing that?
Yeah, he really said that.
Okay. Have you ever done that before?
Never know.
Okay.
Well, none that I know
Okay. Okay. Have you ever been around anybody that's done that?
of. I think so.
Okay. Is there anybody in your house you know of?
Yes, sir.
No? Okay. So he told you that you've been doing that?
That's just what he implied, and that's what he said. He said he knew what it was. And he said, you're doing that, you're taking that, or not that.
Okay.
He said that, here's going, what did he say?
Yes.
He said, that I knew where I was from, I was doing that.
Okay. So he insinuated that you was doing it to yourself?
And then he was just telling me that I was doing that.
That you did that?
You know, how he was telling me that I did.
Okay, so he told you you did that. And what happened there?
He said he knew, he was doing what more. And then, after that, and after he had, a bit of blood from him, and I was scared, and,
Was he still on the couch when he was doing that?
understanding,
Okay, what point did he stand up? After you sat down? Okay, well, you didn't tell him you sat down, so okay, let's go back a little bit. You get up and you walk into the living room, your dad's sitting on the couch.
and after I had walked into the room, I continued to walk until I got to French.
Okay, so you sat down by the phone?
I sat down on the
something that the furnace is on, and tile, some tile. Okay. Sitting on the tile. Okay, so you sit on the tile, and when you guys go sit on the couch, okay, and you guys were talking, and you confronted him about feeling like you were drugged. I asked him about that. You asked him about that, and he told you that you knew what you were taking, you could take a nap. He said that, yeah, he said that, and he said, you didn't take a nap. Okay. I didn't understand how he said you know what you've been taking. And I said, you know what you've been taking. My freaking head is still ringing. I'm sorry. You're fine. Alright. And when did he stand up? Okay, so was he standing and you sitting, or you both standing? When he stood up, did you stand up or did you stay seated? I think I moved chairs. I stood up and then going after him. I stood up after him. I stood up after I noticed that he was that I was scared for my life. That's when I stood up. Okay. So, when you were scared for your life, so you stood up? Yes, sir. Okay, was he already standing up? Yes, sir. Okay. Did he say anything that made you scared for your life? He told me I knew what to take, but I didn't take anything. Okay. How did that make you scared for your life? Because anything you can take a drug that you don't know what it is, obviously when you kill someone. Okay. So that scared you. Did that just scare you in general, or did he scare you? How did that, you seem to scare me? I was frightened. How were you frightened? You said you were scared because he told you took meth. No, I didn't say he told me you took anything. I said I was scared. I said I was scared because I was afraid for my life. Okay, and I'm asking how you were afraid of your life. Were you afraid of your life because you had taken meth? I had reaching for his gun. Okay, well, it got to that point that he was reaching for his gun, you guys were talking about you taking meth. Where did it change to where he was reaching for his gun? Did you ever have a guy that told me that? Okay. He didn't even ask me. He didn't ask you if you took meth? Okay, he just told you you were taking meth? Okay. So he told you you were taking meth, and what happened then? Was you still sitting down when he was reaching for his gun? Or were you standing up? I think when I was sitting on the furnace, he was sitting on the couch. Okay. When I moved chairs, he stood up. Okay. When he stood up, he began to talk to him. And I think I was moving back over to the furnace. I did move back over to the furnace. Okay. And after I moved back over to the furnace, I got there and he stood up. So he must have stood up when I went back home to the furnace, because I can't believe I was quiet. So it made you angry that he used you? No, it didn't make me angry. Okay. What makes you? My dad, they made me feel like crap because I thought that my dad point did you stand up? After he put his hand on his gun. Okay. How close were you guys when he put his hand on his gun? Probably about, not sure. I'm probably about over the front of that, sure. Okay, but he has right here. Mm-hmm. Right here. So, stand here. Okay. So you're saying you're sitting there on the furnace and he's standing up and he puts his gun on, his hand on his gun? I wasn't standing up. After one I was sitting down, he was sitting up. Well, he was standing? Well, I was sitting on the tile of the furnace. Okay. Not the tile of the furnace, but the tile. Like your little tile area where the furnace is. Is that what you're getting at? Yes. Okay. So you're sitting there on that tile by the furnace. And he stands up, he puts his hand on his gun? Does he say anything when that happens? What does he say? And then you stood up? Just trying to go through the details again so we can understand what's going on. So he's telling you that you take a nap, and he's saying, and you stood up? He told me that I was taking a nap. Okay. And he told me that I was taking a nap very late. That I can't take a nap. He told me that I'm taking a nap. And you're not taking a nap? How many times do I have to, do I have to, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Fee, we're going to pause it for a minute.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand everything. Okay. Okay, that's why.
All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break, give everybody an opportunity to get some food in their bellies and stretch a little bit. We'll be back at 1:30. But before you leave, I'm going to administer the admonishment. Also remind you to make sure you have your juror buttons on and visible so that anybody in the public can recognize that you are members of this jury and that you are not to be spoken to during the pendency of this trial. I want to admonish each of you at this time that it is your duty while this case is in progress not to permit anyone to speak to or communicate with you on any subject connected with this trial, and all attempts to do so should be immediately reported by you to the court. And you should not converse amongst yourselves on any subject connected with the trial, nor form nor express an opinion thereon, until the case is finally submitted to you for decision. You're not to do any private investigation or test or any internet research during this time that is prohibited. I want further to admonish the parties, their attorneys and witnesses, and anyone else having an interest in the outcome of this case not to have any conversations with any of the jurors serving on this case about any subject whatsoever. All right, make sure you leave your notebooks and everything right where you are seated, and we'll see you all back at 1:30. Thank you. Just a minute. All right, yes ma'am.
It's probably irrelevant, but in a recording, the defendant stated that his doctor is Dr. Sames. And I'm actually the practice manager for the practice of Dr. Sames, along with other providers. I don't have any interactions with the patients per se. Occasionally I might cover check-in or check-out, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But I felt like I needed to say something because I didn't want there to be any
And I
kind of
appreciate
question
that. They
later.
didn't ask that question specifically during the
Right,
video,
I mean,
so you did have an
I never
opportunity.
even thought about it, and I didn't recognize the name. I mean, we have probably 200 to 300 patients that
Sure.
come through the office in a week's time, and we're talking about, almost 4 years ago?
Right.
So none of it, even now, I couldn't tell you when he was in our office or anything, or
Okay.
if he even showed up for any appointments. I don't
Sure.
know.
Okay.
But I didn't want there to
No,
be
I appreciate you
any
being that
questions
forthcoming
later.
about that. Do any of the attorneys have any questions for her?
I don't see any issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you for your honesty.
Okay.
Go enjoy your lunch.
Thanks.
Thank you. We can go off the record. All right. right, y'all may be seated. I think we got everybody. Okay. And since it was lunch, I'll have you call around once we get them all back. Sergeant Howard, feel free to go ahead and go back to the witness stand while we're waiting.
Is there anyone who needs a work note today to take back to their employer today? I can print you off one for each day, or on Friday, I can print you off one that says every day that you were here. It's your preference. So if you'll just let me know if you need one for today, I'll get you one for today. If not, we can do them. You'll get one that says you were here every single day this week.
I hang my head in shame.
No worries. All right, we are back on the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus David Augustine, 20 CR 165. Since we have been gone for an extended break, I will have the clerk call the roll.
Juror 77, Laura Jesse. Here. 134, Gary Connor.
Here.
154, Sean Monroe.
Here.
184, Kim Critchlow.
Yes, thank you.
196, Gregory Copley.
Here.
232, Todd Walls.
Here.
235, Scott Howland.
Here.
240, Amber Jaggers Hancock. Here. 253, William Bledsoe Jr.
Here.
262, Krista Ward.
Here.
308, Sean Hadley.
Here.
374, Benjamin Rowe.
Here.
375, Susan Overton. Here. 396, James Erickson.
Here.
All right, very good. All right, we can start back where we left off, if you want to hit play.
Just for the record, it was on the recording 1/20/15 was what I noted, and that's where we are now.
All right, thank you.
I'm asking questions just so I understand. Okay? So I understand you feel like you keep going over and over again, but so I can understand what happened. Because I wasn't there. It's just you and your dad there, and I wasn't there. I'm not at the house now. I don't see anything. I've not been in your house. So I don't know anything there. So in order for me to understand what happened and where everything's at, you're going to have to explain it to me. So I'm going to ask a bunch of questions just so I understand. Okay? All right, so you stand up. What happens when you stand up? Your dad's standing up and you're standing up. What happens from there? you wearing any underwear? What was your dad wearing? I didn't have some underwear. That's what we talked about earlier. What was your dad wearing when you guys got into the fight? What was your dad wearing? He was wearing, clothes, I can't recall the exact, I can't recall, but he was wearing clothes. Okay. So you came, and we don't know, you don't remember how many times, she said she came enough to run away. I haven't got 3 times. Okay. And that happened in the living room? Okay. Why did you run to his room? Because he's right here. I'm right here. Okay. And he was right here. Okay. You said you ran to his room. Why did you run to his room? Okay. So, was his room closer, or it was in this? Okay, no, it was the best place to run to. Okay. So you ran to his room and you couldn't get out the window? No, because I tried to break it to open it, and by the time that he was in the room, he was standing right there. So I couldn't open up the window or else I'd get shot. So I turned around and rushed at him because I'm scared, and I keep hitting him, he hits me, I hit him, and just bad. Okay. When you ran into your room, or whenever you, when you ran to his room, was the gun still in his holster? What? No, it wasn't. Okay, when did he say it? Can you please repeat that question? When you ran to your dad's room, was his gun still in his holster? I can't recall. Okay. I really don't know. Okay, that's fine. No, you don't know. I mean, but I do know when I saw it, it was out of the holster. And when was that? When was the first time you saw it out of the holster? When you picked it up? Okay. We were still in the midst of the fight. Did you see it in his hand at any point in time? Or did you just saw it on the floor? It was on the floor. It was on the floor? Okay. Was you guys both on the floor, or was you standing up? Okay. So you guys were fighting on the floor? And that was in his bedroom? Okay, you saw the guy on the floor. I didn't want to, it to happen. Okay. So you were afraid you were going to die, and you saw the gun on the floor, and you picked it up. And you fired the gun. Do you remember how many times you fired the gun? gun pointed at your dad when you were firing it? Yes. Okay. Did he let go of you after you fired it? Okay, I understand that. You say no, it was pointed at him. Okay. Okay. So after you fired the gun, did he let go of you? You said he had you and was trying to gouge your eyes out? Yeah, he let go of me and I ran. Okay. Did you take the gun with you when you ran? Yes, sir. I was scared. Okay. Okay. Did he say anything once you shot him? I remember saying that. I think he blew my hand off. Okay. And where did you run to from there? I ran into outside. Which path did you take? What road did you go to get outside? Okay. Did you go to another room to get outside? What room is that? I went from his room to the living room. Okay. To the living room. Okay, mudroom? Yes, sir. Okay. And you use which door to get outside? After I ran, I had used the sliding door to go outside. Okay. And you ran to where once you went outside? I ran into his car. Okay. Did you go? I ran into his car and she's on him. Okay. I was going to drive the car and take off the cabin on him. Okay. Because all that time ago, he used his car and she's on him. Okay. So you were hoping to leave the situation? Okay. And that wasn't possible because the keys weren't in it and you didn't have the keys. So what did you do from there? I went from the car over here and I waited because I was so scared. It's always over here. You said you went from the car to over here. Okay. I went from the car to the car, and from the car, I went to the car, when I was at the car, when I was at the car, I moved over to the highway, and I was standing right here, and you can say that the door is right here, and I'm standing right here, and he had walked out of the door, and he was, to take all the shooting from You shot him? You shot him? Okay, do you know how many times you fired that time? Okay, so you shot again while you were outside? Okay. And he was there in the doorway, maybe stepped out of the doorway with a rifle? In the doorway with a rifle? Okay, so you shot a couple times again, and where did he go? fall, did he walk? You didn't see him? Did you shoot any more once you shot outside? Yes, did you fire any more rounds once you, or after your two, you shot outside? Did you shoot any more times? Oh, I'm sorry. After you shot a few outside, did you shoot any more? Where did you shoot those at? At the window? Near the window? After that? Okay. Where the shot? Why did you shoot that one? Okay. Well, we're trying to get through this. Who? Both of us. You're obviously upset. I mean, there's a lot going on. So I'm trying to get everything that's going on. I'm just really stressed out. I understand. You should be stressed out. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. Well, we need to talk before we can go get your blood taken. I understand. And I'm trying to understand what's happening. So you're telling me you shot once, looking by the window. Where was your dad at when you shot? By the window. You told me you said down. I understand. I'm not stressed you out. We're talking calm. I'm not yelling, we're not screaming, we're just having a conversation. Okay? You told me you shot again at the window. Did you shoot through the window, or where did you shoot at? When you shot by the window, what did you do? So you shot again by the window. Okay. So you shot through the window? Yes, sir. Okay. Was your dad standing or laying when you shot through the window? Where was your dad at? Was he standing up? He was laying down? Okay. So you shot through the window at your dad, he was laying down? You shot through the window? Okay. Okay. Were you shooting at your dad, or where were you shooting at? Where were you shooting at, or what was you shooting at when you shot through the window? Okay. Did you see your dad through the window when you shot? Yeah. No. You didn't? No. Okay. And why did you fire that shot? You can't recall? Okay. I don't know why I did. I was paranoid? What for? Because I just shot myself. Okay. You want to get you that drink or anything? Maybe give me a second? You want a cup of water? Okay. Let me get you a cup of water. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. a glass of water, okay? I'll give you a second. I'm talking to Sergeant for a minute, so, you can write on that and I'll work with anything, okay? You're welcome, buddy. Kentucky Police Station. Excuse me? Please see a doctor. I need a doctor. My freaking head is about to explode. everybody? All right, good night, okay? Thank you. All right.
Mr. Fee, can I have you pause that and have parties approach? We're gonna lose our jury if we don't get to something.
It's quick. It's coming soon.
It's very painful to hear the ticking and there's nothing else
As long
on.
as the ticking is
Yeah, that's
it's
not,
very
doesn't
painful.
help. So it's coming and
Soon?
then ish.
I think this is probably enough to wake everybody up. The
I hope
approach
so.
and the
I
white
felt
noise.
like we needed
Yeah.
to do something because everybody's getting,
I think everybody wanted to play the whole video.
Let me take a break.
no, I'm fine with that. I'd rather take a break when it's over.
Yeah.
How much
43 minutes.
did they come back and there is more talking or
Yes.
is it
Oh, yes.
43?
Yes.
Okay.
This
thank
is
you.
not for 43 minutes.
Thank you. All right, if you'll go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
maybe clarify a few things. You said the first time that you shot was in your dad's bedroom. Is that not the first time you shot? No. The first time I shot was in his bedroom. When I talked about how I told you how he said that he thought that I was in wrong. So the first time you shot was in your dad's bedroom? Was in his bedroom. Okay, you guys were in the floor? We were on the floor, yes, sir. Okay, you guys were on the floor? Yes, sir. Okay. We were down. Okay. And then you shot that for outside. You got out of the car, and you said he came out with an AR and you shot it in from outside. Is that correct? Okay. And then you told me you shot another time. Can you tell me about that time? Yes, sir. Okay. Shot in the middle? Yeah. Okay. What were you paranoid for? What is your PTSD from? If you don't mind me asking. I would like to, just so I can understand where you're at. How long have you let him? Okay. That was while you was a juvenile? Okay. And you've had PTSD since then? Yes, sir. Okay. I've had PTSD since that time and life since that time. Okay. All right. So you shot through the window. Did you shoot at anything you shot through the window? You shot the window? Okay. Well, and where was that window located at on the house? The back door. So you shot you shot through the glass of the back door? I shot the glass of the back door. Okay. I'm not worried. I'm just trying to get understanding. Okay. Was that before or after you shot your dad from outside? When you shot the glass out of the door, was that before or after you shot your dad from outside? Is that true? Okay. Was the door open or closed? When you shot it? When you shot the glass, was the door open or closed? The door. Mm-hmm. The door was closed. Okay. Who closed it? It was already closed. Okay. Did your dad open the door and when you shot him, or did you shoot him before the door was open? He did not physically touch a door. Okay. So you shot him through the glass? No, sir. How did you shoot him? Or was the door open? How did you see him to shoot him when he came to the door? You said you shot him from outside when he came to the door. How did you see him if he didn't touch the door? The door, okay. The door was open because I left it open, holding the keys on the side. You left the side door open, open the keys, or I didn't open anything, yes, sir. Okay. So you had left the side door open. Yes, sir. Okay. And when the window was shot, you said the door was closed. So you shot the glass through the window or glass out the door? The back door was closed and I shot through the left window. Okay, I was just shot. I don't know, okay. When you came back in the house to retrieve the keys and everything, did you fire any more rounds while you were inside? Yes, sir, I shot in the back door. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's the only shot you fired? Did you shoot your dad anymore once you came back inside? Yes, sir. Okay. You didn't shoot at him at all when he was laying on the floor? Yes, sir. Okay. Where did you put the gun? On the kitchen table. Okay. The gun I had, where it is. Did you shoot me on the kitchen table? How did he get there? Because I sat on the table. I put it on the table. Okay, why did you move that gun and put that gun on the table? I don't know, I just put both of them right on the table, I was scared. Okay. The gun lying on the ground that you picked up in your dad's room, was it in a holster or was it out of a holster? It was out of a holster. It was out of a holster. And you said your dad was wearing a holster? Yes, sir. What kind of holster was he wearing? Do you remember? I don't know if he had a name on that day, but I know that he carried his gun in a brown holster. In a brown holster? Yes, sir. Okay. Did you have a holster for the gun that you used? Yes, sir. Okay. Is there a holster in the car? Did you know of? Yes, sir. But there's no gun there that was that holster used? I don't think so. Okay. There should not be a gun in that car. Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, sir. I'm just saying that. There should be no gun in the car. Okay. So just so I understand where the shots were fired, you said you shot some rounds in your dad's bedroom, and then you shot some outside, and then you shot one through the back door. Is the back door and the side door the same thing, or are they different doors? They're two different doors. Okay, you shot through the back door, but that was not the door that you got the internet out of. I didn't. The side door was the door that you and your dad used to go in and out, right? I used the side door. And your dad came to the side door when you shot. Is that right? Listen, because I was already outside at the time. Okay, what door was your dad at when you said you shot at him from outside? The side door. Okay, and do you have a separate back door? Yes, sir, I have 3 doors in my house. Okay. Okay, so when you came back inside, you said you shot through the glass in the back door? Whenever I came back inside. Okay. What room does the back door enter to? You can walk out onto the deck from that door. Okay, so what room do you walk into when you come from the deck into the house? back door, what room do you come into? If you walk into the back, if you walk from the outside, inside, through the back door, what room do you come to? If I walk, I'm so sorry, so my hand, that's fine. If you come from outside and you go into your house by the back door, what room do you end up in? Okay, what room is your back door connected to? Whatever. So you have two different doors, the outside from the bedroom, you have your side door and your back door? I have a side door. There's, this is the house layout. Okay. I'm just trying to explain myself there. I'm listening. So there's a bedroom, there's a living room, and then the rest of the house. When you come in the back room, or you walk in to the back door, if you walk inside from the back door, you face, there's the front of the door. And to the right, there is another door that connects the garage. We have built 2 rooms instead of the garage, so we built 2 garage now. Anyway, without this door being right here, there is the back door right here, and this is another room. Okay. And then the living room, the front door, the back door, and then the rest of the house is on the side. Okay. And the rest of the house is, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So your very last shot that you took, where was it from? No, it was from, I wish I would know. There was no real reason to shoot the window that I shot the window. Okay, so this was after you came back in the house, you shot the back door window. After I walked into the house. No, can you please repeat the question? I'm sorry. When did you shoot your last round and at what did you shoot it? When did I shoot my last round? I shot the last round. I can't tell you the exact time I shot it. I'm not worried about time. I'm just in the grand scheme of things, what sequence? Had you already come back in the house? Was your last shot fired inside the house? From inside the house? Was the last shot fired inside the house, from outside the house? Did you shoot your last round inside the house? When you standing inside when you fired it? Yes, sir. Okay, and you shot it towards what? The glass. Towards the glass? At the glass. At the back door? At the glass of the back door. Okay. Okay. So, at what point did you put the guns on the table? Did you walk before you left? Before I left, yes, sir. Okay. Did you lock the doors before you left? No, sir, I was thinking that. I didn't want to do that anymore. I didn't want to do that. What door did you exit out of? Okay. My other detectives at the house said the side door was locked and deadbolted. Did you lock the door before you left? If you did, can you just have it? I'm just trying to lock the door. Okay, why did you tell me you didn't lock the door? Did you? You just told me you didn't lock it. Yeah, I meant that. I didn't lock it. Did you lock the door or unlock the door? You didn't lock the door. Okay. Okay. just to make sure I understand, the reason that all this started, because you said you hit your dad in the face, is because you said that you were, huh? Why did you hit your dad in the face? To start? I had Okay, so you hit your dad because you thought he was giving you drugs? Yes, sir. Okay. Did he do anything to you before that to, what? I just want to sit in the story that I told you in the first place. Well, I want the truth, I don't want the story, I want the truth. Okay, well, just because I'm not trying to come on and you were scared or I'm just trying to explain to you what happened. Yeah, that's all I want. That's all I want. I want you to explain to me what happened so I understand what happened. Okay? That's all I want. That's the whole purpose of it. I'm sorry. You confronted your dad about giving you drugs. I confronted him because of the sleep, because of what I said. Because I wasn't getting any sleep. I literally stayed up all night. Stayed up all night because I stayed up all night because I thought that someone would keep me something. And I stayed up all night. Whenever I woke up, somebody gave me something. So there's a good honest blood from 8:30 and I was in the show. And that is what was happening. That he gave me drugs. Okay. You did it yourself, or you doing it yourself, and you knew, he said you knew what it was, and I still don't understand what you said about that. Okay. So why did you get him to start with? That's what brought you to the ring. I was scared. I was scared for my life, sir. Okay, what happened that made you scared for your life? When he came out, he was sitting there, he was going to his motion, and whoever he was, he was scared me, sir. Okay. Did he threaten you with it or anything? Did he say anything to you to threaten you with a gun? I was scared for my life. Okay, I understand that. I'm trying to get why you were, I want you to explain to me why you were scared for your life. Can I try to explain? Absolutely. Why can't I do this? In my eyes, I don't like confrontation with God. I don't like that. I have you used a gun in the past? Have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes, sir, I've worked I was after, I didn't, and then I started, and I like do that, gave me PTSD, and then it gave me,
Okay. Were you in high school when that fight occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What year did you graduate? 2020? 2019. Okay, so you graduated last year. Have you worked anywhere since then?
I've worked,
You know what you Okay, what year is it now?
it's
2020.
yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what month or anything we're in?
I know in
April, okay.
April 14, April 16.
Okay, so we're sometime around April. Okay. I'm just making sure. Were you committed anywhere? Were you taken anywhere and committed for a little while?
I wasn't committed, but I was brought to the drug.
What is the drug?
The drug is an addiction hospital.
Okay, so you were taken to an addiction hospital? What
I was lost.
Okay, who took you there?
My sister brought me like halfway, and my brother brought me the rest of the way.
Which one? Micah or Eric? Micah. Okay. Why did they take you there?
Because my dad said I've been acting crazy in the past, or not crazy, but acting like years in the past few days.
Okay.
That's why he brought me up there. Because, but after that, he told me I didn't even have to go because it was going to be $300 a day for $300 a day, every day, usually, so we don't need to get
Okay. How long did you spend as a broke?
probably an hour and a half.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody there? Like what did they do there?
They don't do drug addiction, drug use and alcoholism and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay. Did you tell them about any of your drug use?
I told them about marijuana probably,
Okay.
but I didn't, I wasn't addicted to any drug.
Okay. Have you done any other drug?
I think so. Yes, sir.
What do you think you've done?
Code, something from always crashing and taking and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you do that to yourself?
You can't give yourself. I don't think you can. I was told that you can't give yourself schizophrenia.
No, that's a mental health disorder, that's not a drug. You can't give yourself schizophrenia. You can give yourself coke or heroin or meth. But have you taken any of those things yourself?
I've tried to take everything.
Okay. Who gets you up and broke? Okay. What time is that around about there tonight? You know? Okay. Did they give you anything there, or they just talk to you?
They took my
leave. Okay. So I wasn't committed. Okay. No, I'm taking issue about your example or a court. So, I think you spend time you really have to go on those. Your consent or a judge saying you couldn't say. You didn't want to say good brother. Did you want to say there? Yeah. I did not want to say good brother. Okay. I'm going to take some pictures of you. If you have any injuries on your body besides the ones I see on your face, where are those injuries? What's your problem? What are you doing? Nothing's wrong. Lay down. Nothing's wrong. You took off running. What's your problem? I have a bag there. Oh my. Why are you guys tying me up? Give me money back. Hand it back. I want you to money back. There you go. There you go. Oh, my handcuffs were on the front, sir. What? That's supposed to not be on the front. Something's wrong. Because whenever I first got me, my handcuffs were on the front. So when we first got here, sir, please! Okay.
Sergeant, is there about 20 more minutes of this that we need to watch?
No, I believe we shut it off soon after this.
Mr. Fee, at this time, I would like to take a quick break, let everybody stretch their legs and use the bathroom.
Sure, there's 46 seconds.
All right, we'll let this play out in its entirety, and then we'll take a break. All right, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 20 after 3. But before you leave, I do need to give you the admonishment. Make sure you have on your juror buttons. Make sure those are visible to anyone in the courthouse. I want to admonish each of you at this time that it is your duty, while this case is in progress, not to permit anyone to speak to or communicate with you on any subject connected with this trial, and all attempts to do so should be immediately reported by you to the court. And you should not converse amongst yourselves on any subject connected with the trial, nor form, nor express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you for a decision. No private investigation or test or search of the internet in an effort to obtain evidence is allowable. I want to further admonish the parties, their attorneys, the witnesses, and anyone else having an interest in the outcome of this case not to have any conversations with any of the jurors serving on this case about any subject whatsoever. All right, we will see you back in 10 minutes. We can go off the record. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, are the parties willing to waive call of the roll, or would you prefer to have the roll called?
We can waive, Your Honor.
All right, we'll waive the roll call at this time. Mr. Fee, you may proceed.
Thank you. There was a request to rewatch the video. So, Sergeant, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 18, I believe. Those are photos that you have previously reviewed, is that correct?
I have.
Okay. How are you familiar with those videos, or those pictures, sorry?
I took them throughout my investigation.
Okay. Just generally, if you would tell the jury what they are of, kind of in overview.
The first section is of the scene where the vehicle, David Augustine's vehicle, stopped at the end of the pursuit. Then you get into the knife that was removed from him at post 12. Then we took pictures once he was transported to the Shelby County Detention Center, when I collected his clothing and took pictures overall of his physical appearance and any marks or injuries on his person. Then there are pictures where the search warrant for the vehicle was executed. Continuing on into just pictures of the evidence that was collected once it was brought back to post and processed in the package.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are those the same bits of evidence that were brought in today by the evidence custodian?
Yes.
Okay. Do those photos fairly and accurately represent the state of the vehicle, of Mr. Augustine's person, of clothing, and the evidence that were recovered in this case?
Yes.
And did you take those photos yourself?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 18.
The next in order is 15.
15's written on this.
Oh, I'm sorry, 15.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so admitted.
Thank you. Right, I want to step back to the interview that you did. Based on your questions of the defendant, did the defendant admit to you to starting the fight?
He did.
Okay. Did he admit to punching his father in the face?
He did.
Was that multiple times?
Throughout the course of the fight, he went back and forth. He punched him initially after he confronted him, and they continued to fight later on into the father's bedroom.
Okay. At any time during the interview, did the defendant state that he saw the 9mm pistol in his father's hand?
No.
Did the defendant ever state that the victim ever shot at him?
No.
When the defendant spoke about his father holding an AR, how did he hold his arms or his hands?
He talked a lot with his hands during the interview, and every time that he was describing it, his hands were down lower.
Judge,
Yes.
whatever he's going to read into body language, I think is pure speculation. I think it's objection.
I don't think it's speculative as to the physical location of his hands to his body. I mean, it's in the video, the jury can see it, but he can testify to where his hands were during the interview.
I think he can testify as to how he demonstrated or held his hands, but asking him to speculate anything further than that would be improper.
Judge, I disagree. If I can object, because the best evidence is to show where he is, and for him to do it, he's not going to get it right, and so it necessarily.
what's ultimately the question you're trying to get to?
I think it's important that to demonstrate to the jury where the way in which he demonstrated to his father holding the weapon. And that's the question.
Are you trying to get to, did he ever show him
Well,
pointing it
I'm
at
going to
him?
ask the question if he ever pointed it at him, but,
Okay.
and the answer to that is, I know. But
I think you can
I'll
just
just
say.
ask, that's fine. But
Yeah. Well, I think you
rather
can.
than, I'll just withdraw the question.
Withdraw the question.
And,
So, Sergeant, did the defendant ever state to you that his father pointed a weapon at him?
No, he said he was looking for him.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that his father was actually physically out of the house?
No.
And during that video, you had considerable amount of time to observe the defendant in the room alone. Is that correct?
It was videoed.
Right, as we sat here today.
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice any difference in his body language and behavior before the interview versus the break in the middle of the interview?
Prior to me entering and starting the interview, he was calm and still. During the time period between the initial interview and coming back for a follow-up, he was more animated, got up multiple times, moved belongings, made different statements, different things. He was very animated during that time period where he was by himself.
Okay. Did the defendant ever ask you if his dad was going to be okay?
No.
Did the defendant admit to you that he re-entered the residence at any point after leaving?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you as to what he did inside the home after he re-entered?
He came back inside the residence. He picked up the AR-style pistol that he said his father had. It was placed on a table. He shot through the back glass door, sliding glass door towards the outside. He went through his father's belongings looking for keys. He actually put on clothes and then placed the pistol that he had in his possession on the table before leaving the residence.
Okay. There was some, I don't know that it was completely clear. Did he ever admit to you that he locked the back door or the side door on his way out?
I think his last statement was he did not lock the door when he left.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to direct the witness from counsel table so that I can use the computer to pull up some exhibits.
So loud.
Thank you. All right. Sergeant, do you recognize this mailbox?
That's the mailbox located in front of 729 Hemp Ridge.
Okay. And is that the home? Is that the mailbox belong to the home where the victim was found?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Shelby County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And moving to the next photo. Now, what is this a picture of?
That is the front door of the residence with glass broken out where the first responders had to make entry into the residence to check on David Augustine because all the doors were secured when they arrived.
So, to your knowledge, that was not damage that was done prior to the arrival of law enforcement?
No, I was told that first arriving deputies broke that out to gain entry for a welfare check.
Okay. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
All right. Just generally describe for the jury what this is and where it was found.
There's a bullet defect going from left to right in the picture. That is located if you're standing in the driveway looking at the side door. It is to the left of that side door.
Okay. All right. Similarly, can you describe this, what's been photographed here?
That's a bullet defect going from left to right. That is on the wood, I guess, surround edging to the side door. It's on the left side of that door.
Okay. And are these the two weapons that have been discussed, or that were discussed in the interview?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so just for the jury, if you would just describe the two weapons kind of generally. We've talked about an AR, we've talked about a pistol. If you would just describe each of those.
The top one is a H&K VP9. It's chambered in 9mm. It's got a magazine inserted. The bottom one is a AR 15 style, technically a pistol due to its configuration. It is chambered in 300 Blackout with an inserted magazine and a scope.
Okay, thank you. So, looking at this picture here, what do we see? Where does that door lead?
That leads out to the driveway where David Augustine says the vehicle was parked and where he exited from. Brett Augustine is seen laying in the hallway there of the mudroom. There's also multiple different items there in that, including a flag that ended up with a bullet defect in the wall, and a bullet defect on that metal that was sitting there.
Okay, and is that the flag that Detective Hunter spoke of that had to be removed and revealed a hole behind it?
Yes, that is that flag.
Okay. And if you would, this is the same picture, just closer up, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a closer picture. You can see a bullet defect in the top of that metal there towards the corner where it kind of rolls out.
All right. And is that a close-up of that?
That would be it, correct.
And which direction is the bullet coming in that situation?
Outside to in.
Outside. Okay. If you would explain, is this the state that the victim was found in this case?
That is my understanding. That was the state that Brett Augustine was found once first responders entered the residence.
Okay. Now, what is this a photograph of?
That is a photo of the back door, and there is a bullet defect in the top part of the window. You can kind of see it between the slats, and just the shattered glass around it.
Okay. And is that the door that the defendant talked about shooting through at the end?
Yes.
This evidence marker number 15, I believe there's been some testimony about it. What is this photo of?
That is a Spear 9mm bullet. It is a live round that was located on David Augustine's bed. I believe during the interview he talked about picking an item up out of the mudroom, and he described it as a fake bullet like you would see in movies, and placed it on his bed.
Okay. Is that the same type of bullet as the other 9mm casings that were recovered in this case?
The head stamp on the casings was similar.
Okay. Both Spear 9mm?
Yes.
All right. This number 16. What is this photograph of?
That is a piece of, we don't know if it was fingernail or flesh or what, but it was located in the bedroom, the master bedroom floor.
And is that the location where the defendant admitted to shooting his father, I guess in the hand or the finger?
That is where he said he shot at his father, and after he was shot, his father told him that he blew his finger off.
And number 17?
That is strands of hair in that same bedroom.
And do you believe that hair belongs to a particular person in this case?
Brett Augustine had short hair. David Augustine had longer hair. That's all I can take from that.
Okay. Is this the room where the piece of finger or piece of nail or bone was found in the hair? Is that a room where David Augustine admitted to fighting and wrestling with his father?
Yes, that's the master bedroom.
And this brown thing on the side of the decedent's belt, what is that?
That is a pistol holster.
Okay. Is that of the size that would accommodate the H&K 9mm?
It would fit multiple different pistols, but yes, that pistol would fit in. It only is held in by friction.
Okay. So there's no locking clasp or anything like that on that holster?
No, it's just friction held only.
Now, what are there any bullet holes that you can see in this photo?
There are two in the top of his head.
Okay. And so, I guess, can you stand up maybe and just point for the jury where the bullet holes are? So and it's not, unfortunately, his finger's not going to appear on your screen, but.
There's one here, and then there's one down here, and then there's another one on the other side that you cannot see in this picture.
Okay. And what is this a picture of?
That is the deadbolt locked on the side door.
And that's the door that, is that the door that Mr. Augustine stated that he left through?
Yes.
Is that a similar picture to what we were looking at before?
Yes.
This number 18, right here, what is that?
That is a spent shell casing from a 9mm pistol with similar head stamp to the other casings located.
Okay. With that particular weapon, do you know how shells are ejected?
They eject out to the side. It's random where they eject depending on how the pistol is held.
Okay. All right. What is this a photograph of?
That is a bullet defect in the back of the refrigerator.
Okay. And where is that refrigerator located in relation to what has been referred to as the mudroom?
If you're standing in the door, that side door, looking from the driveway in, there is a wall, and on the opposite side of that wall is the kitchen, and that refrigerator was backed up to that wall.
Were you able to recover a bullet from the refrigerator?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
That's just damage as it went through the refrigerator.
And what is that?
That is the recovered projectile.
All right, looking at this exhibit, what is this a picture of?
That is where we cut away the outside of the residence from the bullet defect that was seen earlier in an effort to try to locate the bullet that went through.
Were you ultimately able to recover one?
Not that one. There were several that we were unable to.
Okay. All right. So let's, talking about this photograph, where is this in the home?
This is in the living room.
Is the door in the back there, is that the one that was shot through?
It is. It leads back to the back porch.
Okay. Based on the defendant's statements, where was his father sitting, where was he sitting when this conversation started around 2 a.m.?
During our interview, he said that he came out and Brett Augustine was sitting on the couch. That's couch that we located inside the residence. Also during that time frame, he talked about a tile portion by the furnace where he sat. To your right there is a furnace or a wood burning stove, and it's on a tile, a piece of tile, I guess.
Were there any other couches located in the home?
No, there was a motorcycle right beside it and a coffee table there.
Looking at the furnace there, is that a weapon that's mounted to the wall?
It appears to be a AR style rifle hanging up on the tile beside the back door.
And then is that next to there, next to the pile, is that a baseball bat that appears to be wrapped in barbed wire?
That is correct.
Okay. Presumably if someone's sitting on the tile there, are either one of those things within quick reach?
I would believe so.
All right, what is this a picture of?
There were bullet defects in the table and went through into the floor beside the kitchen table. We cut up the area trying to locate the projectiles and weren't able to locate their termination point.
All right, if you would, if you could stand up and with this exhibit, kind of show the jury, at least in this picture, where there were believed to be bullet holes or bullet damage from projectiles.
There was one in this area here in the flag that Detective Hunter discussed. There was another here. You can see where we cut out that area. Same thing, looking for the projectile. You've got the damage there, and then you can't see it in this picture, but the wall leading into the kitchen where the refrigerator was at was right on this side of his desk.
And then was there also damage to that copper?
Yeah, damage to the tip of the copper.
Sorry.
Earlier picture.
And were there also 3 bullets in the head of the deceased?
There was.
Okay, so that's approximately 7 bullets accounted for in that room?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
That was a picture of the area that we cut out, along with a little bit of, it looked like hair stuck to the wall.
Is that to the immediate left of where the mudroom door is going out?
If you're standing looking out the door, it is to your left.
Thank you. Okay. And what is this a photograph of?
That's a photo where the flag was taken down and where the bullet defect is in the wall.
All right. So I'm going to put up a demonstrative, which I believe has been admitted previously through a prior witness. But if you would, when you were talking with the defendant, he spoke about going by the car and then moving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where did he say that he went? Or how did he motion where he went?
He said he came out of the residence to the vehicle parked in the driveway. The vehicle was obviously not there because he left it yet, but it was parked in the driveway somewhere according to his statement. When he couldn't get in there, he went to the left of the vehicle and described up against kind of the side of the house there to where he could see the door.
Did he use the word waited?
He did use the word waited. He waited for his father.
Okay. So, based on, and this is right after, I'd ask you to stand up, kind of show the jury where there are defects on the outside and kind of how those map on into the interior, and what is your belief with regard to, in conjunction with the interview with the defendant, how he moved?
There's a defect that we talked about here on the outside. There's a defect here. For those defects to happen, it had to have been at an angle shallow angle to fire this way to strike into that. There's a defect here, and I believe that bullet continued on and lodged on this side of the wall inside. That was where the cutout was that we were looking for that. The casings continue on in kind of like a semicircle pattern, and Fred Augustine was laying in here. There were 3 bullet defects in his head, along with a bullet defect on this left side as you're looking in that American flag.
Okay. So would it be possible to shoot from outside to the left of the door and catch that American flag?
No, it would not.
Okay. So where would a shooter need to be standing in order to gain an angle to the American flag?
They would have to move from here around to either lined up with the door and pointed that way, or past there, pointed into this way.
To your knowledge, were there lights on in the house at the time of?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with that part of town?
I've been out there for this.
Okay. Is it well lit out there?
It's a rural part of the area. There's not your normal street lights and things.
Okay. Just, I guess as a housekeeping matter, did you run a weapons trace on the 2 weapons that were recovered?
We did.
Okay. And did they come back to the decedent?
They were purchased by Brett Augustine.
Did the defendant ever tell you why he shot in the house after the confrontation was over?
No, not really.
So I'm going to move now to some photos the photos that you took that were admitted in Exhibit 15. I'm going to just kind of quickly clip through some of these. What are these photographs of?
Those are pictures at the end of the vehicle pursuit involving David Augustine.
Okay. Is there contact being made between those 2 vehicles?
There is, and there, the back passenger side rear tire is flat.
When you inspected the vehicle, were there any bullet holes in the vehicle?
No.
Was there, based on what you observed and investigated, was there any evidence that shots left the house coming outwards towards the driveway?
Nothing that I located.
Okay. And what are these photographs of?
That is a knife that Trooper Hall removed from David Augustine in the video when he put him into the interview room.
Okay. Does that appear to be blood on the knife?
It's a red substance. I don't know. We didn't test that.
Okay. All right. Are these the photos that you took of David Augustine after your interview?
Yes, these are pictures at the Shelby County Detention Center.
Okay. So let's back it up. When you arrived so did you transport the defendant to the detention center?
I did not. I did not drive a marked vehicle with a cage. That job is given to a marked unit in a uniform with a cage. Trooper Hall transported David Augustine from Governor Square to Post 12, and then transported him again from Post 12 to the Shelby County Detention Center.
Okay. Did you meet him in Sallyport?
I did.
Oh. Is it standard procedure to handcuff a defendant before transporting them?
He was handcuffed, and actually you could hear on the video that his handcuffs were moved from the front of his body to the back of his body.
Okay. When he arrived in the Sallyport, were his handcuffs on him?
No.
All right. This is just another picture of, I guess, the lower half of Mr. Augustine's clothing?
Yes.
All right. What injuries were you able to observe?
He had some injuries to his nose and his eye and his face. He also had some injuries down to his lower, his knees and things like that throughout the pictures.
Were you able to ascertain when those injuries occurred?
He had been in multiple altercations that morning.
So there's the alleged altercation with his father.
Yes.
The video altercation with law enforcement.
Yes.
And then, did you have to take him to the ground as well?
He was taken to the ground. He forced beside. There were no strikes or anything, but he was forcibly taken to the ground.
Okay. All right. And you took these last two photos, is that just to show the two sides of his head?
Yes. I had him turn to show each side of his face.
So this was after he was heard to be screaming on the recording at post 12?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of him in the shirt that was below the hoodie.
And then, did you ever remove his clothing to see if there were any bruises or injuries to him below his clothing, underneath his clothes?
Yes, I collected his clothing as evidence, and I also took pictures of his body to show or document any injuries on him at the time.
Okay. With regard to his hands or arms, did you note any injuries?
No, nothing was significant.
And are these photographs of the injuries that you noted to his knees and legs?
Yes.
And is there, looks like some redness to his back?
Yes.
Similar to the other injuries, do you know when these occurred?
I have no way of knowing.
Searching the vehicle, was there anything else of evidentiary value that you found?
David Augustine's phone was in the floorboard along with a few sets of keys inside the vehicle. That matches the keys that he described to me that he took to leave with his father's vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to show you these photos here. Were these returned to you by the medical examiner?
Yes, that was what was provided to me by the medical examiner after the autopsy.
So is that, how many bullets, are those all specific bullets, or is it part of one big bullet, or what do you see there?
That's 3 separate projectiles.
Let's just quickly, and why did you take these photographs?
Anytime that we take in a piece of evidence, we typically try to take a picture of it, either close-ups or just different angles that in a controlled environment, so we can document the item fully.
To your knowledge, is this the weapon that was used by the defendant?
To my knowledge, yes.
And is that an empty magazine associated with that weapon?
Yes, it is.
If there would have been a chambered round in that clip, would it have been photographed in its natural state?
If there was a live round in that magazine or in the chamber, it would have been shown in a picture.
So to your knowledge, the gun was shot until empty?
I found no live rounds with that gun.
All right, and if you would talk about this weapon?
This is the AR-15 style pistol that's chambered in 300 Blackout.
And what does that appear to be?
Appears to be brain or body fluid.
And you took a picture of the trigger. Why is that?
Just to show more of the area and more blood and different things.
Okay. So these were chambered rounds that were in the weapon when it was recovered?
Those are rounds inside the magazine.
And was that the number of bullets that was found in the magazine?
Those are the bullets removed from the magazine.
All right. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fee. Mr. McLeod?
Yes, Judge. Yeah, which pictures are these?
What is it,
Are
sir?
they all the pictures?
Yes, that is all the pictures.
Okay.
There's also photos, collected 8. Do you need those, Mr. McLeod?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Detective, the bruise or the marks on David's back, they were still pink.
They were the color that you could see in the picture.
Well, you described what color you saw them.
And they were just red marks on his back. I don't know what shade they were.
Okay. They look like at a different age than the problems on his face, the injuries on his face.
They were not as bruised.
Now, if you would have waited, maybe they would have bruised, right?
I don't know.
Okay, but they look different age. They didn't happen at the same time. You wouldn't think.
I can't. I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you about what's your theory of the case? You say did he lure him out to the mudroom and kill him? Is that what you're saying?
I'm here to give the facts. I don't want to give my theory on what things. I just describe the facts as what I was told and what we've seen.
Okay, well, you are giving your theory of the case because the bullets are going a certain way, is what you say. Like the one in the flag, the wooden flag, right?
Yes, and you can tell by the way that the bullet entered on what direction it traveled.
Okay, but what angle was it?
We didn't taste the angle of it, but you can see a leading edge going into the flag to determine that it was coming from outside to in.
There's several times you testified that the bullet was on the way from outside to in. Maybe the metal that was coiled up?
Yes, it was pushed toward the kitchen.
Pushed towards the kitchen.
The back part of it where it went through, the back little edge of that was pushed towards the kitchen, like as the bullet would travel through, it would push that metal and push that piece of metal that it penetrated in the direction that the bullet was traveling.
But you don't know when that happened. It didn't happen, it may not have happened on April 15th.
I don't know.
Did you find the trajectory on that one? I mean, the projectile?
No, I did not find a termination point for that one.
Now, the one that went into the wall, right by the door in the mudroom,
Yes.
was this a big square?
Yes.
Was there an exit hole on the other side?
No, it runs in the brick. It hit the brick and we were unable to find that projectile.
Did it go inside the brick?
I don't know. We cut the wall open and could not find it.
But the projectile's there somewhere.
It's still in that house somewhere in some shape.
Okay, but it didn't go through and make its way outside of the house.
No, it never made it through the brick.
So it hit the brick, and what do you think it did after it hit the brick?
It could have either fell into the subfloor or it could have splattered into 1,000 pieces.
If it's shattered in 1,000 pieces, wouldn't it have left like a star type of shape?
Depends on what it hit, but we couldn't find where it struck or where it ended.
Okay. Now the ones that, I'm at a disadvantage here because the pictures and the way they were being displayed up on the monitor don't correspond, but what was the angle of the two bullet defects on the outside of framing of the door?
We did not measure the angle, but you can see that they were at an angle. They were not perpendicular, they were at an angle.
It was at a really slight angle. Don't you agree with that?
Are you meaning vertical or horizontal?
Horizontal.
Yes, it was a small angle.
Would you say it's too small to make it into the house?
The one into the outside of the house, yes. The one into the frame, no, I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Which?
The one into the white frame of the door, the one into the outside red portion of the wall, no, I don't believe it made it into the residence.
But you think the other one did?
We couldn't find a termination point the way that it appeared. That could be the one that went into the wall on the inside, but I don't know exactly.
So, but you said the back door was shut. Did you figure out the side door? Is that thing shut? Is it open? What's the purpose of it?
During the interview, I had not been there yet, so I didn't know the layout of the residence. The back door was the one, the glass door that leads onto the porch. That was the one that is full glass, that had the bullet defect in the top and the glass was shattered. The side door, which we were speaking of, that is adjacent to the driveway, we believe it's open.
The side door is open.
According to Mr. Augustine's testimony, it was.
Okay,
There's an interview.
but you said it was locked, right?
It was when we located it, or when we arrived at the residence.
But you spent 15 minutes of him trying to figure out if that door, what is the significance if it's open or if it's shut at any given time?
I was not at the residence and hadn't seen the residence. The detectives that were on scene told me that the back door had a bullet defect in it through the glass. So I was, based on me not being there, me not seeing the layout, I was speaking with Mr. Augustine to try to determine what door that was. And through our conversation, we determined that it was the back door and not the side door.
Okay, can you find the picture of the flag in that mess right there, please? If you run into any pictures that you did describe with the Commonwealth, if you pull those aside too, that'd be great. If I can ask you a few questions. The bullet wounds to the father's head, what angle would that have to come from in the mudroom?
What angle? I don't have an angle. There wasn't anything that we could rod to determine an angle.
But it wasn't from someone standing above him?
In order to be shot on top of the head, that part of his head had to be presented to the muzzle at the time the fire was fired.
Now, I'm sorry, it had to be present in front of the muzzle?
That part of the head had to be presented to the end of the muzzle at the time the gun was fired for that to be there. I don't know his anatomical position at the time. I don't believe Mr. David Augustine is taller or able to come up above him, but the bullet defects were in the top of Brett Augustine's head.
You're not saying the gun was within a certain location or a certain length from his head?
No.
Okay. You're not saying it's a contact or anything else?
No.
Mr. McLeod, this is collected 9, this is specific to the flag.
Thank you. This may help. Can I approach? Where does that bullet hold you?
That's behind the flag.
Okay. So it went through the flag, the wood flag?
Yes. From my understanding from speaking with Detective Fire.
How thick was the wood flag?
I don't know.
Did you see the wood flag?
I saw it, but I did not observe the bullet defect at the time that I was at the residence.
So you're testifying to what another officer told you to testify to in regards to these bullet defects? Is that right? Officer, your testimony regarding the bullet defects are taken from another officer.
By speaking with him and looking at the pictures, you can see which way where the bullet entered and the path that it traveled. But
Okay.
I did not examine that. Detective Hunter examined that at the scene a couple days later when it was located.
And at what point did you learn what he had learned and to tell the jury that?
He called me after he left there. Actually, I think he called me while he was at the residence, but then we spoke after.
So me cross-examining you on that is going to be of futile utility since you don't know firsthand of that.
I wasn't there for that, no.
I think it's obvious that the pictures are two-dimensional, and the bullet lives in a three-dimensional world.
Absolutely.
So looking at these pictures doesn't really help the finder of fact one way or the other if it's going in, out, or wherever it is.
Well, it didn't come out of the wall, so it had to have entered into the wall.
Did you find it?
It was not located.
Do you know, well, you didn't search for it though.
I did not. Detective Hunter did not locate it.
Did he even look for it? Because are you the one that you didn't cut the hole in the wall down by the mudroom store, did you?
Yes.
So you did that one?
That was located a couple days later when the cleaning crew was there and they contacted Post. Detective Hunter was closer to that area and he responded to observe that and photograph it.
The flag?
The flag.
The one over by the door you actually did?
Yes, I was there when it was cut out.
Now did you actually look at the one that was in the coiled up metal?
It was, I observed it, yes.
Did you find the projectile?
No, I don't know where it went to. I didn't find a bullet defect.
Okay, but it came through and it did make it through the other side, correct?
Through the other side of the metal?
Yes.
It just clipped the top, or it appears to have clipped the top.
And but you didn't find that projectile?
I didn't find a corresponding projectile.
Is it possible it was just cleaned up? It happened a month before and it got cleaned up with a vacuum or something like that?
I don't know.
in all reality, it seems like most bullets going into, like found in a house or would be coming from the outside. Do you agree with that? You stated that these bullets, like, they're coming in, they're hitting different places. They look like they're coming from outside to in.
Yes,
And most people don't discharge their weapons in the house.
most people don't know.
So it makes sense that these bullets, whenever they happened, they were coming from the outside.
Yes.
Now, as far as the 300 blackout casings that you saw, do you know when those were discharged?
I do not.
The casings that you found in the mudroom and the casings outside, they could have moved their location by the time you'd gotten there.
Yes.
If people don't, if the jury doesn't know, can you describe, like, if you had an empty casing and you dropped it, where would it bounce?
Anywhere.
And it could bounce quite far away from where it hit, right?
Yes.
They're light.
Relatively light.
Okay, so a slight breeze could move them.
Theoretically.
Okay, so in all reality, when you're taking these photos and doing analysis of the scene, where those casings are could be substantially different from where they actually landed initially.
They can be, yes.
Do you know what the weather was that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, how many guns were in the house?
Multiple.
Okay, multiple, more than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
Probably.
Okay, you're the head detective, right?
I'm the lead detective, yes.
So you are calling the shots on what needs to be done.
I'm putting everything together that was obtained.
But you're directing the investigation.
Yes.
And let me be more clear about that. All those exhibits, for each one of those exhibits, there's a piece of evidence with it, like those exhibit numbers, the placards.
Yes.
Is that correct? So you've collected these 9mm nickel casings and these Hornady black brass casings, and you sent those off to KSP. Is that right?
I sent them to the lab.
What was that? What did you want the lab to do with those?
Compare them to the pistols and the rifle that was taken and submitted.
Okay, and what were the conclusions there?
The lab, I don't have the lab report exactly with me, but some of them, the casings were matched the pistol, and some casings matched the rifle, along with, I believe, some of the bullets matched coming from the firearms. But there was a lab report with that information on it.
You say some didn't match.
From the report, it said there was not enough information or corresponding marks on the projectile to determine.
So all these casings and the projectiles you sent to the KSP lab?
Yes, I did.
If something just says that it stayed in post 12 as evidence, what does that mean?
That was just meaning it was held for court or further processing if needed to be.
And what I've realized is, there was placards placed on pieces of bone or tooth,
Yes.
black hair,
Yes.
something that I'm not sure you ever identified what it was inside the room. Do you know what that was, that little bean-looking thing?
Mm-mm.
Do you even know if it's from a human?
I don't know.
So all these things the piece of bone, the placards for the black hair, none of those went to the lab.
No, they were not.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have them spun for DNA and see what they were?
I don't know.
I mean, the black hair, it could have been from a wig or something. I don't know, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But in regards to anything that was flesh, human, possible to have DNA in it, it wasn't sent to the lab.
Would not send any of those pieces that were collected as small pieces to the lab.
Now, what was the reason for taking the phones at the scene? The cell phones?
If we needed to examine those later.
And you never examined those?
We did not.
When you look at the evidence, when there is an altercation inside the master bedroom, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a reason for you to disagree that a finger was blown off in that room?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe so?
I don't believe that there's I can't disagree with that. That's what it appears to be.
Is that what it appears to be to you?
Yes.
Okay. And David leaves the room with his gun, correct?
With a gun, yes.
With a gun. And do you believe that he went across the house and he went out that side door?
That's what he told me.
What do you believe?
What I can see is there were casings outside and defects outside as well. So I believe he was outside and shot.
The physical evidence completely corroborates his side of the story. Do you agree with that?
That he shot his father?
That it started in the bedroom, went all the way across the house, out the mudroom, and the father must have been following him because there's no drag marks or anything. But there's no tampering as far as you can tell, right?
I didn't see anything that indicated that he was drugged or moved.
And he's not charged with any type of tampering.
No.
So that some 50 feet away at least, through the cavernous house, the father's laying there, shot, but in the bedroom where the initial altercation started, he's fine. Not fine, but he's not dying. Do you agree with that?
I don't believe that getting his finger shot would kill him, no.
But at that point, there was a separation between the two. So I guess this gentleman could have called 911. Do you agree with that?
He could have.
Okay. But we know it didn't start in the mudroom and then continue back to the master bedroom.
No.
So the trail of evidence goes specifically from the master bedroom up through the mudroom.
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Fee in regards to where David was on the outside. Where do you think he was on the outside? Because I'm confused. He said he was on the outside, that he saw his father with the gun.
I believe he was up against the side of the house with him describing that where the vehicle was parked in the driveway. He said he was to the left of the vehicle. And based on where those bullet defects were, I believe he was up against, if you're looking at the house, I believe he was up against that red wall at the end of the driveway, up against that wall of the house.
Now, so where do you believe the car is parked on the outside of that?
Somewhere in the driveway.
So he's saying he's covering behind the vehicle.
No, he said he was to the left of the vehicle.
Which left?
I'm assuming his left if he's facing the house. The way that I understood it while talking to David was that he went to the vehicle and he went to the left, and kind of the way that he was motioning and making his diagrams with his hands, that he was up to the side of the house.
Now, but you don't know where the vehicle was in the driveway either, do you?
I do not.
That would be important to get an idea of where that vehicle is located. So if you're on the left of it, it's possible that the left of it would be exposed to, and the door's right there, depending on where the car is. It's all relative, right?
I mean, he was to the left of the vehicle. I don't know where the vehicle was parked.
But the vehicle could have been up the driveway and he would be behind the vehicle left of it.
But he talked about being to the edge there and kind of up against the residence.
Okay. So the casings on the front door, the casings that you find, that Mr. Freeman was asking you about, you don't know when those were placed or were deposited on where that you found them?
No.
Now, there was a lot of guns in the house, and there's a whole lot of ammunition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you see a plastic peanut bottle with a bunch of casings inside of it sitting next to the couch?
I don't exactly remember it, but that's not saying it wasn't there.
Yeah, let me find it for you. I mean, casings aren't... There you go. Can you see that?
I can see a jar or something.
Can I get those, please?
Absolutely.
Now, casings in this house aren't a rare commodity. Do you agree with that?
It doesn't appear to be.
And you heard the other officer testifying who lives on the street that it's not unheard of with these guns going off all the time at the house.
Yes.
What do you think David lied to you about so far? What do you think David lied to you about when he was talking to you?
No. I took his statement.
But you have to make a call whether he was telling the truth or not.
From what he says, and I believe that he initiated the confrontation and that he struck first.
Now, do you believe that this night, April 15th, was a discrete event, that it had nothing to do with anything else? It just happened to be people lost their temper that night and that's it?
I don't know them. I don't know his history.
Well, you ran his record, you know, it's his history, right?
I didn't see anything that was really out of the ordinary. He just turned 18 not too long before that.
Would it have been helpful to call, like, maybe the ex-wife and see what their relationship was like, anything like that?
Could have been, but they had a divorce.
Right. But they do have the one thing in common, which is probably why they stayed, you know, why people stay together. But did you ever try to reach out to her and contact her?
I did not.
What about the boys? Why did you contact the boys and the daughter? Micah, Eric, and Danielle.
Because they lived in the residence.
At that time?
No, they had lived in there before, and that was going to be next to kin where they were divorced.
Okay. But what did you contact them for? Just to tell them that their father's dead?
The items were going to be going back to them. We needed to release the house and try to do a death notification.
Okay, but that's what probate court's for, correct? Executor of a... I mean, that's not for you to do. You don't distribute the assets of an estate, do you?
No.
You don't file a petition to start a probate.
I do not.
So I'm just asking, why'd you call them? It's a real simple question. I mean, like, you probably want to get information from them, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that was who the next of kin was going to be. They were the children.
But it was beyond that. I mean, didn't you want some information about why something like this would have happened?
Once they were contacted, yes, I spoke with them.
But that's not why you initiated contact.
We had to notify next of kin.
Now, I know you say it's a rifle, but it's a heck of, a pistol, but it's a heck of a pistol, don't you agree?
And that's what the ATF classifies, but yeah, I mean, it's a bigger pistol.
Now, there's some type of human flesh on that,
Appears to be.
and that is not contrary in any way that he was holding it and was shot and fell, correct?
No,
It's not contrary to that theory.
no.
Is there anything that you've researched so far that is, sorry, this thing's a little thin. Is there anything that David's told you that the evidence is contrary to in some substantial capacity?
What do you mean?
Like it couldn't have been the way he told it because of X or Y or Z.
There were little things, but it wasn't anything that was big, that was,
But you were trying to find something, because if the flag wasn't until 2 weeks later and you went out there and y'all were dusting for prints and stuff, I mean, at some point you just got to say the way he stated is the way it is. Do you agree with that?
I believe that the way that the fight went down was how he described it, as he confronted his father and initiated that, and I believe the fight ensued from there.
If we're guessing on how things go, you agree the father was .162 at that time? You've seen this.
That's what the toxicology came back to.
You've dealt with drunk people when you're on the street.
Yes.
Okay, and you used to be a beat cop, right? I mean, you in a marked car and go and try to break up
Yes, I was a road
fights.
trooper for many years.
I mean, you get into little scraps and stuff because drunk people are crazy out there. Do you agree with that?
I've had both ends of the spectrum.
And there's no reason for this father to be any different. If there's a fight and he's drunk and he's hit, he grabs a gun and he goes and he's trailing his son. Because that's what the evidence shows. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Now, I guess just because you throw a punch doesn't necessarily mean you're the initial aggressor. Like, are you going to let someone come up to you within...
I object to that line of questioning. Ultimately, who's the initial aggressor is a question for the jury.
All right, objection sustained. Rephrase your question.
Can you think of a reason, if someone came up on you quickly, that you would be the person to push them back or hit them first?
Depends on the situation. Like if it's me as law enforcement and someone approaches on me, I'm going to make sure that you are out of my space. That way that I can take care of that and protect the equipment and things that I have.
Well, as off-duty officer, let's say at a Bengals game.
I can't
You're
carry out
gone?
of state.
I'm sorry?
I can't carry out of state.
Yeah, I'm not carrying you. I'm just saying, if someone starts coming up and getting in your space, you're not letting them get that close to you.
I might put an arm out. I'm not going to punch them in the face. That's
Okay.
not.
Fair enough. Now, there's a list of questions that were asked. David never said that his father didn't fire that weapon.
He said he was looking for him. He never said he fired it. Did he know?
Yeah, and he never said he didn't fire it. You never asked him one way or the other.
He didn't say he fired. He didn't say he didn't.
Okay. Now, when you were in the interview room and you left and left David in there, was that a tactic?
No, I contacted the detectives on scene where I had not been there. They'd had approximately an hour or more on scene. I wanted to check and see what they had located, if there was anything that I could speak to him about that they had located, to kind of go in and give more specific details based on what I had been told during the interview.
Now, it sounded like when you went back in, you just started from scratch. Just tell me again why you got mad. And do you agree with when he's telling you again that the story didn't change?
He had changed a couple times, only if he confronted or if he didn't confront. There were little pieces that had kind of morphed and changed throughout the interview.
But that could just be choice of word at the given time. Do you agree with that? I mean, the English language is chock full of words that you can use to describe any particular event.
Yes.
So his story was consistent each time you talked to him, and the evidence corroborates.
He's characterizing the testimony and that was not the response from the witness.
To a substantial capacity.
I think you need to rephrase it, the objection is sustained, rephrase your question.
His testimony didn't change substantially between one version to another.
There were little parts that changed, and we got more details as we went through it.
Did you think he was trying to withhold from you, or he was trying to change the story on you?
At one point, he said he was just trying to keep with the story that he told me. And I explained to him that I just wanted the truth. I didn't want the story that he was saying.
I recall that. But either rate, I guess one last question is, the evidence as you see it today, the physical evidence corroborates his story.
Corroborates where the altercations took place.
I have no more questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
McLeod.
Officer.
Any follow-up?
So very briefly, Sergeant, you were asked about DNA. Were there any alternate suspects in this case?
No.
Okay. Is DNA a helpful tool when trying to eliminate or isolate particular suspects?
It is.
Okay. With regard to going through the phones, did you have any question about the motive or the situation that was going on in this case?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. McLeod was asking you if the story that you were told by the defendant, if it matched the physical evidence. Okay. But as you sit there today, do you know if Brett Augustine ever had a weapon?
I don't. I know that there is flesh and possibly brain on a rifle, so it had to have been in close proximity.
Okay. But you know that the last person to handle that weapon was the defendant?
Based on his testimony or his statement.
Okay. And if we say that where the decedent, Brett Augustine, fell, was he at the doorway at the time he was shot?
Where he fell, he was further back into the residence.
Okay. And at that time, at least according to the defendant's story, he was outside?
Yes.
Okay. There were photos in that pack that show security cameras.
Yes.
Did you attempt to locate any security cameras?
Yes.
Or any footage?
We actually took the hard drive. It was sent to our electronic crimes branch. They evaluated the contents of that, and it was not in operation at the time of the shooting.
Okay. So they're really the only information we have as to to how this went down is the physical evidence that was collected and the story of the defendant.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect? Or recross, sorry, Mr. McLeod, thank you.
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, Sergeant, you may be excused.
Thank you.
If I could have the parties approach. Thank you for that, long day.
So we still have it as the video automation. When was I going to call them again? Unless you want to use it.
I don't think I know.
All right, everybody ready to be done for the night?
Yes.
9 o'clock in the morning. If, I think the exhibits have gotten, so.
You don't know how long it took us to get those together too.
So if you will get those back together in the proper order, make sure those get back to the
Is there a
clerk.
specific order?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, I really am.
All right, I'll let them go, and is there anything we need to take out?
There's one thing once
Yes.
they're
Okay,
excused.
great. All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the evening. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You all did a great job of being here to start right at 9. So again, I would ask that you do the same. Make sure you leave your notebooks and your juror buttons in your seat so they are here when you return in the morning. And before you leave, I want to give you the same admonishment that each of you at this time understand that it is your duty while this case is in progress not to permit anyone to speak to or communicate with you on any subject connected with this trial. And all attempts to do so should immediately be reported by you to the court. You should not converse amongst yourselves on any subject connected with the trial, nor form nor express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you for decision. No private investigation, test in an effort to obtain evidence, or any internet searches are permissible. I want to further admonish the parties, their attorneys, the witnesses, and anyone else having an interest in the outcome of this case not to have any conversations with any of the jurors serving on this case about any subject whatsoever. All right, you all are dismissed. We'll see you bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, but I think the Commonwealth's going to need to go through them and reorganize them. All right, if the parties want to approach, we'll just go to bench conference.
So as the court's aware, and I know we've mentioned this to Mr. McLeod, we have the ability to see the defendant's chirps, so his text messages. He continues to text message with his mother. He's going to be a witness, theoretically. She's supposed to be a witness. Looked like she had scheduled a visit with him yesterday, but that was canceled because he met with Mr. McLeod. I don't think the court could have been more clear with her about the order. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think there's been anything substantive between them at this point.
Except look at the jurors and be soft.
Like advice on how to behave in front of the jury and stuff like that, which isn't, in my mind, anything that's going to affecting the actual veracity of the testimony. But it's got to stop.
I don't know, Judge. I'll
If you will advise your client, right now we have separation of witnesses. He does not need to have any contact with mom.
I don't know.
Once she is called as a witness, then they can recommunicate. But we're at such a crucial stage of these proceedings. I would hate to have a mistrial at this stage of the game. So if you will admonish that and make sure he understands he is being monitored. So any more discretions.
I can't believe it happened. So
I think that's why we decided to just hit it head on instead of waiting longer.
I mean, because there was probably going to be a visitation tonight.
Probably, and you can let him know, really, that onus is on him. So if she shows up, he's not to have contact with her.
Yeah, they do them remotely.
Yeah, all right.
So it's even harder to monitor
Yeah.
unless you're asking the judge.
How far do you think you'll go tomorrow?
Just to, our last witness is supposed to be here at noon. We have 2 or 3 experts
Okay.
tomorrow. Or, yeah.
So
Witness not
close right after lunch, you think? Or,
Mhm.
okay.
I would just
We,
do
we'll
right
be done, yes, I'm sorry.
We would rest our case right before lunch, probably.
Okay.
It's only, that last witness at 12 is like 3 questions.
Okay.
Witten's not available till Thursday morning. And I upped it from Friday,
Sure.
initially I was,
Was he gonna be your first witness?
yes. And well, I can call, tomorrow I can get the mother out of the way. And then there's gonna be 2 neighbors I can call, but it's not
And
gonna be long.
that's up to you. I think everybody anticipated you're gonna go into Thursday. If it turns out that you aren't ready for written and it's that time of your case, we'll go ahead and break and maybe have an initial discussion about jury instructions and make some discussion about trying to make some progress.
Okay, because I could finish tomorrow other than like Dr. Witten and then David, we're done.
All right. Yeah, if you can somehow reorganize your witnesses to get as many of those in.
So are you
tomorrow.
just calling mom tomorrow?
I call mom and there's neighbors I'm gonna call as well.
Is that the Matthews?
Walkers
Walkers?
and the lady that was inside the psychological forensic report. She's mentioned in there, she came and talked to Dr. Witten.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you all in the morning.
Thank you.
Please make sure that you
I don't want to visit up twice.
make sure you admonish him. No contact.
I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Already told
We can go off the record.